Hello, everyone. Sorry for the late start. It's been a while since I have set up the co-streaming thing. So, all right.
We are here now.
Yes. Let's see, can I hear you louder? Oh, I suppose I should see, how is our audio balance? Say something, Zeta.
Something Zeta.
Okay, Zeta seems a little quiet. Am I right about that?
I will try to be louder.
No, I can bump you up a bit.
I can voice more if you want.
No, all right, say something again, Zeta.
Something again, Zeta.
Okay, that looks a little better, yeah?
But don't worry, when I get excited, I'll be louder, and then you'll have to turn me down. It'll be a whole thing.
Okay.
Good. Chat likes it.
All right. Yes. Yeah, I haven't been on stream a whole lot lately. We had that whole thing where we were both sick and things got weird. let's see. And yeah, now we're back. I've been on vacation for a few days, so that is like, ah. But let's see. I'm also going to be taking over stream in a week and a half on the 7th of January. So I will be streaming, and I'll be here on Tuesday the 11th as well because we've got a guest.
Also, everyone
Oh,
should wish Tris a belated happy birthday because his birthday was just 2 days ago.
it's true. My birthday
He is now an older Tris.
was 2 days ago. Zeta's going to be streaming on his birthday, assuming he wants to. Um, because his birthday is on a Sunday. It's a week
Mm.
from today.
Uh,
All right. Let's say hi to some people. David, Martin, Emma, Plunk Time, welcome. Jim, glad you could be here. Nell, welcome. Selena, welcome. D Web, Lakia, Telcat, great to see you. I was wondering if I was going to get Zach and then Big Z would be up there with you. But do I even have a penguin?
would you like me to send Big Z down for you?
Big Z or Little Z? uh,
Well, Zach does not
I
like that. Uh,
I do have a penguin.
well, Zach is back in the house after his holiday break. Uh,
Uh,
I'm not sure if you saw, but last time while Big Z was out visiting family, uh, Big Z had to do his first five dance on stream, and he did not like it. So he is happy that Zach is back to handle those. Uh,
Nick can take care of me, I think.
Alrighty.
Uh, let's see, and I've got my tea.
Hey, Nordy, how are you?
Hey, Nordy. Uh, Garion, welcome. And thank you all for the birthday wishes. Uh, is it Yorkshire tea? It is not this time. It's just decaf green tea. Some American brand that isn't terribly good, but it suits uh uh it takes care of us. Okay, so this puzzle was the most voted for puzzle by our windmill and turbine supporters. Um,
Receiving votes from David, Russ, David, Luda, Doomdiat, Paulfly, and Nordy. Uh,
Nordy, who is in the chat. Uh,
so is David.
all right. Yes, that's true. Uh, all right. Okay, so this is a loop doubler puzzle. Uh, so I don't actually have the rules on screen. I need to go find them.
We have to draw a loop. Things on the loop count as double.
That makes sense, but I'm just going to get it in front of my. That is, yep, the loop. Okay, so these are standard arrows, digits on arrow, sum to the digit in the bulb. Uh, we have a one cell wide loop of orthogonally connected cells that may not touch itself even diagonally. And digits on the loop count as double their value for the purposes of arrows. So this cell is on the loop.
Yes. And
Uh,
I think
so
there are a few more cells that are on the loop.
so we get all of that
Mm-hmm.
as on the loop. What color should the loop be?
Green.
Green. And what color should not loop be?
Gray.
Gesundheit.
Excuse me. I don't have my
So
sneeze button. Uh, there are several other arrows, at least, that have to be, or at least there are two other arrows.
this has
Uh,
to be loop.
yep,
This has to
that
be
has to be
loop.
loop. And the column 7 one we might want to talk about Is it possible those aren't both on the loop? Uh,
These add to at least 21, so at least one of the heads is on the
yeah, it's
loop.
it's possible. Yeah. Emma points out that the one cell arrow in column 9 is also indicative of loop issues. So the top one can't be on the loop. Uh,
Right. Yep.
because
So
if it was,
this,
both would be on the loop and they would be the same digit.
yep. So this is on the loop. This is not.
And so we know what two cells that connects to.
So that's a corner.
And so we
That's
know
not
that's
loop.
not on the loop. All right. Uh, we could probably do complicated math to argue that this had better go through the circle because otherwise it's going through the arrow, but that is probably good. I believe Garion is correct that if the arrow continues one more cell in row 1, I don't think we can possibly make it work.
The thing is, if we double a 1 and have 2 and 3, that still only adds to 7.
Uh, but I think this is easier because the minimum value for row 1, even as it
Oh,
currently
but then this is
stands,
too big. Or,
is
but
if
that,
these are 1, 2 doubled is 6, 3, 4, 5 is 18.
ah. So just minimizing this, we get a 9 here.
Yep.
Okay.
We'll bring out Zach for the 9 dance. Boop-boop-a-doop. Whoa! Ba-doop-a-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-a-doop. Wee! Ba-doop, boo-doop, 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 boop, boo-doop, wah-ha! Thank you, Zach. So you should fill in the digits and the shading as a result of that.
Right. So this was 1, 2 on the loop. This was 3, 4, 5 not on the loop.
Not on the loop, correct?
Whoops. Or triple zero. 3, 4, 5. Gotta remember
Yeah,
it.
so
So
you should
this
fill
is
in the
loop.
6, 7, 8 across there, and remember that you know that row not 1, column 9 is even,
Yes, it is.
and
So
so
just
you can
double
fill in
it.
the
So
two
this is
values
a
of that
3
cell.
or a 4.
Mm-hmm. Uh,
Surely there's no way this is a
this cell's
6, is there?
assuredly a 3 or a
No, it
4
could be.
because
Yes.
because otherwise this arrow sums to too much.
What? Why am I getting?
Even 4 is too high too. It's just a 3. Uh, because there's already a 9 in the box.
I have just figured out why my camera is weird. Zoom is using the wrong camera. One moment, please. Uh, Video. There we go. All right.
So now you can fill in the 3
Uh, yes.
and the 4 and the 1 or 2 and the 8.
4 and 8. This has to be a 1 or a 2, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes, I
Making
agree.
that a 7 or an 8 going with it. And this could just barely get away with being on the loop, the 1, 2. These can't be on the loop, David points out, which is quite powerful because the loop would touch itself if they were.
Yep. So this is loop.
And so now this has to be a 7. And we know what digits have to go here. Because the absolute minimum we could make this is 1, 2, 3 with only the 1 doubled.
Yes. So that's 1. These are a 2, 3. That's 7.
And those aren't on the loop. The 2, 3.
Right.
So you can extend the loop and you can fill in the Sven.
So that's a 2. That's an 8 now. This is
That
not on the
2's not
loop.
on the loop.
Loop comes down here, doesn't connect here. So it comes out one more here. Now it has to connect, well, obviously it has to connect to this.
Is it allowed to touch itself diagonally? I can't see the
No, it is
rules.
not.
Well, in that case, then this is not loop.
Ah, right. That is not loop. That is
So the cell below it isn't.
right. This is not loop.
Correct.
This is.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, this is not loop.
Correct.
So this is. So
I don't think row
this
2,
is
column
not
5 is loop either.
loop. Yeah, I'm getting there.
Row
Uh,
5, column 3.
yes. So that's loop.
Yep. This
This
cell
must
is
be
loop.
loop. So these three are not loop.
Correct. And you can extend it down column 9.
Yes. So that's all we know.
You can do horrendous math if you want to decide if row 7, column 2 can really be looped. But my plan is to just say that it's too horrendous to do, and then someone in chat will tell us what it actually is.
Because we do have the 1, 2 at the top of the column. So
that was what I was looking at, yes.
T.
Now, assuredly, now this has to be loop. And we can probably even math out what it has to be.
Right, because this is minimum 4, 5, 6. So
And
this
4,
is
5, 6 is not
minimum
possible.
8.
Yeah, so
So this is an 8 or a 9
and it's
on the
on the
loop.
loop. And there's no way we can double anything, right? Because if we double even a 4, then a
Right.
double 4 plus 5, 6 is already 19.
So this is where the loop passes through.
Yes.
Now,
So the loop can't come down there at all. But I think we can still do more math on this because 4, 5, 6
oops.
is odd. So it can't be 4, 5, 6.
Right.
Uh,
And it
and
can't be 4,
16
5, 7.
would be 4,
So
5,
it's
7.
minimum 4, 5, 8.
Well, 4, 5, 8 is still odd. So we need to have 0 odds or 2 odds. Those are the two numbers of odds. If we have 0 odds, then it would have to be 4, 6, 8, adding to 9. That definitely works. If we have 2 odds, then those odds would have to be 5 and 9, which is a problem.
Which it can't be. So this is a 9 with a 4, 6, 8. Which should
So
give
yeah,
us
so
this digit.
Theoretically, it's a 5.
As an 5. Now. One of these is on the loop.
Yep.
Oh,
We can pencil mark some digits, but I don't immediately see what good it would do.
just realized I'm freezing.
You can at least write in the digits in row 2 because we've got a lot of pencil marks.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Yes.
6, 7, 9 are what we're
Yep,
missing.
and we know that the ones are not 5 that are in box 2.
Garion often has a good point. Row 5, column 8 can't be loop since row 7, column 8 is odd. Very nice
yes, very
because
good.
of
Yep.
these. That's really cute.
Yes, I
So
like that a lot.
that's a beautiful spot. So
That's
these,
great setting. I like that a lot.
yes.
This is great. Uh,
Places 8 in box 6. Yes, it can't go on an arrow. Row 5, column 2 is 7 or 9 only, says Todd. I'm not even going to do the math on that. I believe it. Right.
We know that there is a 4 on this arrow in one of
Right.
the two cells.
This is odd. Uh, so it is a 3 or a 7.
Yes. So I know uh-oh. Where is the 4? That's broken. Why can't it be a
4.
1?
Why can't 4 go? Oh, 1, 3, or 7.
Yeah. So and it better because 4 is placed there. Uh
Ah, yeah. So that has to be a 1 with a 9.
yep. And this digit we know is odd as well for the same reason.
Yep. So 1, 3, 5, 7.
And this digit
What's
is
the
doubled,
minimum
so
this
it's
can be?
only a 2 or a 3.
Right. So we got a
Uh
2, 3 pair. We also have a pair here,
yep,
uh, which is a something something.
6, 7. So now there's multiple proofs that that cell isn't a 7. This
Uh,
cell. Uh Even 5 is too big.
uh, right.
There's
Because of
already a
the
9 in
6,
the
7.
box. Because there's already a 9 in the box, but yeah, whatever. Let's see. If this is a 3, yeah, this can't even be a 3 because if this is a 3, the bulb because this bulb is an odd number that's not 7 or 9 is the real
Right.
reason.
Right.
And so this bulb is actually at most 5, and it's certainly
So
not a
that's
3. So it just is 5. Yeah, this is the only way to make it work. And so
so.
you can bounce this around.
Yep. So we got that.
You can place 9 in column 9. And so then you can
And
finish those two octuples.
that's a
It's a
3.
3, and the last digit is a 3 in the column as well. So then
And,
these two digits are a 2 is one of them, and a
and a
7 is the
7.
other.
Oh,
Uh,
yep. We got our 5 taken out of here. Uh, there is just the one thing about streaming with you is that I end up paying way less attention to chat, and I love paying attention to chat, but I'll get that when I stream by myself.
these sum to at least 15, so this digit is a 9 only.
They sum to at least 16.
Doesn't change any of the words I said. The words I said required less argumentation. Uh,
And we're still true. Yep. 6, 7 pairs, so
uh,
that's a 9. We have a 9 down here. So it definitely goes in one of, oh, exactly here. I don't think it takes much argument to say this can't be a 9. Or does it? Okay,
yeah,
one of these is
I'm not
9.
comfortable with that.
Hey, Isabella. Let's
One,
fill
eight,
in these.
6, and
It's
7.
6, 7, and 2 more things.
1 and 8. If the 9 in column 2 isn't in this bulb or isn't in the circle, it's on the arrow. If someone wants to do the math on that and convince me it means it's definitely there, that's fine. Uh,
Let's see if we had, uh,
9 double 1 2 3 is too big. Yeah, 9 double 1 2 3
which
is
we can't even have.
16. Uh,
So this is a 9. Oh, this also, well, sorry. Never mind. Uh,
so
so, now we have, look,
very nice. Well, I
So
know
I
which
think
way
that
they go
means
then.
this now has to be a 9.
Yes, this now has to be a 9.
And this is on the this one is on the loop,
And the other
and
one definitely
this
isn't on
one
the
is
loop.
not on the loop.
Uh, which tells us, well, maybe it doesn't quite tell us, but anyway, let's write in the candidates for this digit because these sum to at least 7, right? Uh,
These sum to at least one, three,
sorry, at
four.
least 8. Yeah,
These
sorry, at
at
least
least
8.
8. So
And
this
so
one
this
can be
needs to be at
max
most
5,
10. So yeah, so it's a max of 5.
and it's not a 2, so it's a
And
1,
it's not a 4 either.
3, or 5.
And if it's a 1, then it pushes up this a lot, but I think it's still probably okay. Uh, uh,
Yeah, we do have to make this even longer one work with a doubler on the arrow, and it can't have all of 3, 4, and 5.
so these two cells, if you think about it, we can pencil mark them because one of them is doubled and so has to be 1, 2, 3, or 4, and the other goes with uh, one of these things to add to 9. So the other is odd, assuredly. Uh, and so in particular, this cell is always on the loop because otherwise this doesn't connect to two things. Because if it connects to both of those, then we have two even numbers that add to 9.
Yep. So this is loop, and I bet that is going to give us that this is not loop with
Uh,
very little math, I think.
well, certainly these sum to at most 10, so you can certainly at least fill in that this is no more than 4.
Yeah, I bet we can do better than that.
Uh,
Chat has done the math and says there can only be one doubler on this arrow.
I believe that, but chat hasn't yet offered a proof of it that I want to explain. But if you want to explain it, you can.
Let's see. They say that two doublers requires this to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that breaks this cell.
Yeah, so if there's two doublers, then you could make those 1 and 2, and then 3, 4, 5, and then yeah, I like that proof. That's a good proof. Uh, so yeah, so that is
So
perfectly reasonable. You can fill in a bunch more doublage. Uh, uh, Also being pointed out by Emma, if you do a little bit more math, you can prove this isn't a 4. It's much less math than you just did to prove that that cell is not a 4. Uh,
yeah.
because the only way it worked was to be double 4 with 1, 2, 3, 4, which was not a valid combination. Uh,
Hi, Sniglet. Welcome. Oh, this is exactly the same math as this.
yes, it is. Uh, well, it's
It,
almost exactly the same math. It's the same math with one extra layer of convolutedness, which is that you can't use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like that one. Uh, can there really be an 8 on this arrow? Uh,
uh, Probably not. If
but
there's
I
an
don't know if I really want to
8,
math it out.
10,
Uh,
so these three would need to add to 9 without a 1.
seems plausible. Uh,
Oh, wait. 8 with no, these three would have to add to 8 without 1. So there can't be
Oh
an
yeah,
8.
that doesn't work. Yeah.
Thank you, chat.
We can probably break this being a 2 if we try hard enough. Hey,
Welcome,
Isaiah.
Isaiah.
1, 3, 4, 6. No, 1, 3, 4 with the 6 actually works. Quite well. Uh,
Let's see.
yeah, David wrote in chat the thing that I said out loud, and agrees with my way of, or my sum of those.
Loop does not enter row 9, column 3. Ah, or at minimum, these three would be loop if this is loop. Just by geometry. And that's definitely gotta, yeah, that. And you can't have 1 and 2. So it'd be minimum 1, 3, 4 doubled.
16 plus 2 more values. No, sorry, plus 1 more value, but the 1 more value would need to be
Couldn't,
more than 2.
it'd have to be a minimum 5.
Yeah, that is quite convoluted, but I agree with the math.
So the loop comes up here.
Uh,
The loop is not
Assuredly does
going to
not.
be able to get to these cells.
Correct. Maybe I say I had forgotten I did that last year, but it is not a bad idea. Okay, so now we can at least pencil mark these cells along this 9 arrow because these two add to 9. And so this one we know is 1, 2, 3, or 4, this one, and it's not a 2. And so that gives
Okay.
us 3 values for this cell.
So
And
this
in
is
fact, that one can't be
7.
3 because if this was 3, this would be 3. So that will get us that.
So, and this is 4, this is a 1. This is 1 or 7, 1 or 4.
Ah, yes, yes, yes. That's a good point. This always sees a 1, Screaming Ice Cube points out,
Yeah,
because one of those is always a 1. That's very cute. Uh,
that's very cute. So that's a 2.
and so that forces this arrow we have previously noted, the arrow in column 5 now. Although you can finish spinning before you do that if you want.
Yeah, we got a whole lot of stuff. Let's see. Where does 1 go on this arrow? I guess it has 2 places it can go still.
Nope, it's only got once. Oh no, it does have 2 spots, yeah. But the we know what the column is because the column now I think has to be 1, 3, 4, 6 is the minimum.
1, 1, 3, 4, 6 is the minimum.
Yeah, and I think that the math we did before suggested that added to 18,
Uh,
and so it will resolve box 2.
so that's a 7. That's a 5. It's a 3 and that's a
Now we
4.
probably just chase Sven for the rest of the puzzle.
6. Uh,
If there's no 1 on this, oh no, that's not going to break because there's a doubler on it. Never mind. Uh,
we have a
Naked 4,
136
yeah.
triple.
Yeah. Or sorry, hidden 4, I should say.
Let's see, we don't have 1 available for these cells.
Yeah, so these sum to a minimum of 9. Yeah, so if these sum to a minimum of 9, assuredly this can't be 5. I agree with Garion. So it is a 3. Let's see. So these sum to 12. So if this is a doubled cell, we'd be a minimum of doubled 2, which is
Sorry,
4
what?
plus this
Which? Oh,
cell.
that
I'm
cell.
seeing if that can really be on the loop is the math I'm doing because it could be if it was on the loop, it could be a doubled 2 plus 4 or 5 down here doesn't even work actually. So
Oh,
doubled 2 plus 4, 6 would be 14 plus double 3 is 20. So yeah, that doesn't work. So yeah, we can no longer have that still be on the loop if I did the math. Uh, so I think that
I believe it.
extends the loop over there.
Surely we need a 2 on this arrow. In which case it goes here. But if we don't have a 2, this is minimum
Then,
4, 5, 6.
which is 15 plus
Plus
double
6.
3 is 21. Yeah, that's too big.
So that's a 2.
Why don't you at least green this cell?
Okay.
Uh,
Now if we
this
if we
digit is huge, and so that's going to finish our arrow because that digit can't be 1, 2, 3, or 4. It's at least double 5, so it's doubled.
so
And
that's
so that
doubled.
makes that green. Yep. Loop done. Uh, so yeah, that sells at least a 5, and this sells at least a 6. Uh, and we could probably do even better than that if we really want to. Right, because this can't be a 9, and this even, and this digit's even, actually. Let's do it that way. This digit's even, and it's not 2 or 4. So this is 6 or 8, but it being 8 is assuredly too big. Because if this is an 8, we
And
said this is
this
at
would be a
least a 10. That's too many. So that's a
right. This
6.
6
Uh,
plus double 5, and that's 8. So that's the only way it works.
yeah.
Now I think we can probably mark.
Yep. Oh, sorry to hear that. Pause. Ugh, that's horrible.
Ooh. Yeah, really sorry to hear that. Oops.
Well, this digit's even now, so we know what it is. And so we can solve for the value of that circle. For once, I was the one to say you can do math to figure out the value of an arrow or of a circle, but that never
Shocking.
happens. I know. I'm always the one who's like, oh, yeah, I guess we could do that if we had to. That's a 1 because there's a 4-7 pair next to it.
Did I do that right? I think I did that right.
Mm, best not, because that arrow doesn't sum to the right thing.
Whoops. Whoop. I didn't do that right.
You did
Right.
not. So we've got 8. So those two cells need to sum to 10. So they'd better be 6 and 4 in that order. You forgot the doubler is what happened.
No, that's not what I did. I did something even more foolish, but
We'll just tell chat you forgot the doubler. Oh, awesome, Team Tab. I'm very happy to hear that. That was definitely one of the goals was to sort of demystify and provide some intuition for analytic continuation. It's a very weird thing. Yeah, yeah, that was a lot gentler than most of Itrio's puzzles. I guess this is the 3-star version of this. Yttrio
yeah.
tends to use slightly more or slightly rougher arithmetic than I would usually prefer, just as a matter of setting taste. Uh, but this was like perfect. Like everything here was A
But even
plus.
with zetamath videos on analytic continuation, you still have to understand Taylor series. And Calc 2 was long enough ago for me that I just sort of take Taylor series on faith.
I mean, that's what everyone does. Uh, maybe someday I'll have to do a video on an intro to Taylor series. Uh, yeah, yeah, maybe I'll do a video on Taylor series and Fourier series or something. I don't know.
That could be one of our shorter ones.
Optimistic as a take, but I respect it. Uh, yeah, we can definitely get to that. The my poor animator. Uh,
Yeah. Taylor
Taylor Swift would be
Swift
more
would be more
popular,
popular than Taylor series.
but I might have
Just
more competitors.
Well, just let's call it Taylor S, and then people will click on it thinking it's Taylor Swift, and then they'll learn math.
Yeah, yeah. People will be super into it if you put pictures of Taylor Swift all throughout the video about Taylor series. Like you can put her in the thumbnail and everything.
Yeah,
Uh, there you go. Uh, vaguely recall these terms from school, nods agreeably. Yeah, yeah, that is quite often how Taylor series work.
let's see. I
Uh,
took Calc 2. Oh God, 24 years ago. Yeah,
don't date yourself. Uh,
well, hey, everybody knows how old I am.
that is true. It is
It's not a
it has been
secret.
revealed.
Yeah,
Alrighty, shall we take a quick break and do another puzzle?
yeah. Let's take a quick break, find another puzzle, and we will be back soon.
See you shortly.
Bye. We are back. Um, I I have to say something to chat, particularly to Timo Tab. Uh, we only take puzzle suggestions from our top tier supporters. It is one of the benefits that they get, and so we have to be pretty strict about not taking puzzle suggestions from other people. I am sorry to tell Timo Tab we were going to do your puzzle and then your suggestion kind of ruined that. So um just so you all know for future, don't suggest puzzles because it unless you're our top tier supporters, because then it makes us less likely to do it, and that's just how it has to work. So we
But fear
have
not, we will do your puzzling time.
we'll do it eventually. um uh we have this chaos construction from Dawson Jones, uh which, let me pull up the rules and such. Ah, ah, no.
Hey, Jobo.
Okay, that's being incredibly bad. Uh,
Oh,
Timotab, Timotab.
Timotab. I was stuck on Timasil from Arrested Development in my head. Timotab. Uh,
Okay, let me pull up the LMD page here. Uh, So in this puzzle, it's a chaos construction. Each row, column, and region contains the digits 1 to 9 exactly once each. A region is an orthogonally connected collection of cells, and regions are to be determined. Uh, see, the number in the top left cell of a region specifies how many regions that cell is adjacent to orthogonally and diagonally. And that's very cool. I like that rule. Uh, and then we have quadruples, which are standard digits in a circle must appear in at least one of the four cells, and then standard white crop key and black crop, almost standard white crop key and black crop key. Digits joined by a white dot are consecutive and are in different regions. Cells joined by a black dot are in a ratio of 1 to 2 and are in the same region. Uh, okay.
And just to be clear, I'm totally okay with people in chat saying, hey, others in chat, I did this puzzle. I recommend it to you, others in chat. If you want to say, like, you just did a puzzle that you enjoyed and are not recommending it specifically for stream, I'm okay with talking about puzzles. That is okay.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's just
but I have seen what happens to streamers when they let people come in their chat and just suggest to do puzzles, and
hey, do this
it's
puzzle,
not the vibe I want to go for.
then
So
you get then just more and more people say, hey, do this puzzle, and then kind of expect you to do it. Do I have
uh,
something on my shirt? Yeah, I did.
alrighty, so let us figure
Uh,
this out. Okay, so I don't understand the example. How is one the number of regions that this thing touches orthogonally?
it counts itself.
How many regions that? Oh, that
That
cell
cell,
touches.
not that
Sorry,
region.
okay. I thought it was that region, and I was like, there's no universe in which I'm getting to that. That cell,
That
got it. The
cell.
cell.
Yeah. It applies to just the top left digit in every region, but it is it is that cell. So this cell is orthogonally adjacent to 6
Nice, nice.
regions.
And I love the white Kropke
It
black
doesn't.
Kropke thing. Although this is the opposite of the white Kropke black Kropke thing I usually see.
The funny
Uh,
thing is, it wouldn't even have to count itself. It would be the same thing if it didn't count itself.
True that.
Uh,
True that.
okay, so we
So you can
get
start by filling in this, I guess. Uh,
sure. So all of these are in one region because it counts diagonally as well.
oh yes, you said it also counts
We can
diagonally, right?
also apply the rule that white dots lie on the border between regions.
And quadruples are mega borders.
What?
Every quadruple touches 4 regions. So you
Oh.
can draw in lots of borders from that.
Uh, so we get all of this. Should I be using a dashed grid?
Yes.
That's much better.
Yeah, yeah. Or quadruples. And I agree with David that you should fill in the other quadruple. That's not what I was going to say. I agree with David about, but you should fill in the other quadruple.
Oh,
And then you should start using gray cells to extend regions that we know extend. Uh, but the
so
5 is
this,
definitely in the green region, because if it was in its own region, it would need to touch 5 regions, and that's going to be very difficult.
yeah.
Uh,
Uh,
so
now,
yeah, so I want to start doing this so that you can draw in this border, and then this so that you can draw in that border, all of that kind of thing. Oh, not colors, just gray dashes. Oh, Jimmy
oh,
Carter died. Uh, He lived basically forever, but uh, he eventually died. Apparently, that's a shame.
I see.
Uh,
So if we
yeah, but in gray because otherwise chat doesn't like it, which I don't blame them. It looked kind of horrible. Uh,
so
that goes up, and now you can extend this black border here, for example. Uh, and then we can play the same game up here.
so this well this one comes out again then.
Hmm.
And same game here.
So we get that border, and then it goes down and makes us another border, and this extends again. And that tells us one of the cells that isn't the 7. So the 7 now is strictly in one of these 3. Oh, yeah. Why did you
Yes.
draw this line? I don't know why you drew this line.
Oh,
Uh, and this one continues out like that. That is a true thing. Uh,
now surely neither of these. Well, surely this can. Well, okay, this couldn't be a 7. I don't think this can be a 7 either, because it's the top left.
this is just literally a 4, right? Isn't this a given 4?
Yeah, it is.
Uh, we can bring out Zach for the 4 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay. Uh,
Let's see. Do we want to start colors? Because none of these can be green.
because it could reach row 7. What do you mean because it could reach row 7? Oh, sorry. No, row 8, column 1. Sorry. I thought people were saying this. Yeah, right. This one doesn't have to be 4. Because this one, that might not be the top cell, but this one is definitely the top cell. Sorry. Also, you didn't fill in the border, which will, I don't know. I always think of it as the Ambrose rule, even though Ambrose denies ever having had anything to do with it, which is possible. Uh, and you can draw a gray line across each of the black dots as well, because we know those are all in the same region.
Good call. Good call.
Uh, so like this string definitely isn't green, this thing over here. I don't know if we want to grant it a second color. Unfortunately, this one up here could be green. I mean, that one's definitely not green, but the uh,
Ah, so David has an interesting point here, which is that this cell already sees 4 regions. Uh, so if this wants to be the top cell of its region,
it needs to see a fifth region.
yeah, the other option is that it somehow
Does something like
re-enters
that, which is
row
just not at all
2.
possible. Uh, because of the fact that there's 2 regions up there.
Right. there's green and another region here, so we don't have room for this to come over and poke that'll choke off.
Yeah.
Uh, so this is top left region, so it needs to see at least 5.
I mean, it can only see 5, right? Uh, so it is a 5, and we also get a little thingy here, I think, if I count correctly.
Ah, so this is a separate region from
Right,
this.
that is some additional region. It's the only way we can make it work.
So that's a 5, and this is a border.
And this is a border, and you can start doing your grays and extending them.
Yes. So that comes out.
Hmm.
That comes out. That's going to come out farther.
Yep, and you can, once you
Uh,
draw in the blacks, you'll see this comes out one further. Uh, and so now these are a 7-8 pair by quadruples.
yep.
Uh,
Uh,
I really
Lot
thought we were going to use the fact that the cell on the couldn't be 7 because it was in a region with a 7, but we did not use that.
Martin hilariously thinks we have 9 known different regions. Actually, I think we. That's
I hope not to need that in my life.
yeah.
Uh,
'Cause none of these can be green, and none of these can be green.
nor can the other one. This one can't be green either.
Oh, right. We have too much green. Oh, in fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1, 2, 3, 4.
I see, I see. So that does actually make sense. Yeah, that. So yeah, we can just if we disregard green and just put it back in gray, like we maybe should have to
Well,
start
I
with,
think
uh,
that means that one of these cells
is gray, and we
is
know which
green,
one.
and it's going to have to be this one.
Yeah, I agree.
So all of these are green.
Yep, and that is the end of green.
And oh, is that 9? Yep. Uh, and I don't see why we can't just start coloring all the rest of them.
I mean, because you want to mark that these connect is why I wouldn't do it, but
Yeah, but starting at the quadruples.
if you want, it's not how I would do it, but you're driving, you could do it.
Uh, so like these are all one color. These are all one color. Uh, these are a color. This is a color. And
We have to look at this cell.
let's see. So these are all of our regions. Something has to reach here.
Yep,
I
it's
think
gonna
it's
have
going to
to be
have to be
pink, I think.
pink.
Yeah, the yeah, so I think that's gonna completely force both of those regions, actually.
I don't think any other region is capable of reaching here.
Yeah, yellow can't because there's a white dot in the way.
Right. So this is all pink. This is all blue. See, this was fruitful.
Uh,
I don't like these. Oh, and this has to be a 4,
Yep.
points out dweb. Hi, Mehdi. I don't think this can be anything but dark blue. Ooh.
It's at least three is the point. Uh,
Oh,
and
right.
so it's at least three, but then chat points out you could have corner marked four in green when chat pointed it out, and it would be very useful for you here.
So this is at least 6. No,
There's
it
no way
is.
it's six.
There's no way it's 6. It has to be 3.
Yes, it has to be three, which means that these two have to be in the same region, right? There's no way. Yeah, there's no way. And then this has to be in the same region.
Right.
Because if these aren't in the same region, then you get an extra problem. Okay, and so then this digit is a 1 or a 5 for what it's worth. What are the possible values of this cell? Is there anything it could be but 2? Maybe it could be 3? Yeah, I guess like 2, 3. I don't think it could be as large as 4, can it? Uh,
I don't think so. Also, doesn't this have to be red? Ooh.
I think so. Yeah, it definitely
Yeah,
has
it
to be.
does. Otherwise, red has no way to get out
Well,
and not block something.
why can't red get out through here?
Okay. Uh, let's do more concrete
I
things.
kind of suspect we're not supposed to do advanced reachability arguments for this puzzle. Uh, although it is very cute that it is possible to do them.
Oh, the point is that this can't be any new color.
I want to say there's a wall here, is what I want to say. Because if there's not, then this comes over and encloses a number of cells down here, which is uncomfortable. Because it can't possibly be. Uh, oh, actually, maybe it could just be that orange does exactly that. Actually, maybe it's okay. It's okay if orange does exactly that. You're right. Uh, yeah, yeah, that's possible.
And see, although if orange doesn't come here, that means orange does this.
And then green dies is the long extension of that.
Yeah, and then yellow does this, and now green dies. So orange definitely comes here.
Mm-hmm. And so it doesn't come here, right? Oh, maybe
I don't
that's
think
not
we
true.
know that,
Yeah, we only know that if it
because
goes up
yellow
one
could get
more.
out this way.
Yeah, that's true. It's made it considerably harder for this to not be the color or the cell in orange that's counting, but uh, could be. Ah, okay. Garion has a smart point, which is that the real argument we just made, if we dissect it, is that those can't be
Not yellow.
not yellow. Because if those aren't yellow, then yellow goes up exactly like we just highlighted it, and then that kills green. So
Yep.
really, our argument about orange was about yellow.
So these are yellow.
Hmm.
This must be green.
Yep. And now this must be red, because now there's not enough room over there to hold red. And in fact, if you look at it, there's at most red now gets at most this cell from over here.
Why
And
couldn't it get
so
these two?
because that would break the
Oh,
white
because
dot rule.
that's a right. Red gets at most this cell. You're right.
It gives it most that cell. So that means it still needs four cells up here, at least. So those could maybe be those. But I think in particular, I think it means this cell has to be red. Uh,
Well, if this cell isn't red,
yeah, if that cell's not red, we could do that one too.
how
Yeah,
is
the
red
same.
getting four cells?
Yeah.
Because
And so
something
yeah,
else has come in here.
right. So yeah, I thought mine was easier, but yours works too. Uh,
Eh, Were you saying this is red?
yeah, I was saying that's red. Uh, and I think you can also argue it for these two because if these two aren't red, there's something else, and then red isn't getting enough cells.
Now this is definitely not red.
Yep. You can also mark the two cells that you agreed with me were red as
Yeah,
red.
one thing at a time.
And we can mark the last cell in red. And then Chad points out we can fill in all of our numbers for red because row 3, column 1 is a 2.
Uh, Now this has to be green,
Yes.
and this has to be green.
And it's only a 2 or a 3 in the top left corner, right? And
Yes.
3 doesn't work because 3 breaks the white dot.
Oh, that's funny. I like that.
Uh, yes, that's very cute.
So
So
this
that's
is
a 2.
green.
So that's green. Uh, we now also know these are green. Uh,
Yes. There's no way these are
oh,
not.
sorry. No. The thing we said about the 2 was wrong. It might not be the top left corner, so we can't mark it as 2, 3.
Oh,
It is still true that these are both green, though.
thank you, Emma and Jobo.
I think it's now less complicated to argue that this has to be blue, but I still would resist doing it if it were me. But I will just
Actually,
do the
it's
thing chat hates by noting that I see it, but that I don't want to use it.
I.
Uh,
I mean, it seems pretty. It can't be green. Green can't reach that
Definitely
far.
can't be green.
So, and if it's purple, you've smothered blue.
Okay, sorry. David has a good argument that does not rely on saying that we know where all the things are, which is the thing I don't want to use. Which is that if it's not blue, you can just count, and blue only has 8 cells that it can get to. So I accept David's argument as a clean argument about this statement.
So these are blue. So that's blue.
Yes,
So blue gets 3 more cells.
indeed. And so purple gets pushed down now.
Yep. At least that far.
Hmm.
So this has to be something that's not purple.
Correct.
So it's green or blue.
Yep, agree. Purple's top left cell is in row 3, and it's the number of cells that or number of regions that purple sees, and it's not 2, 4, or 5. Seems relevant. Uh,
It's probably going to have to be a 3.
so yeah, so if purple just stopped here and did not enter up here, then it would be a what? It would be a uh, 1, 2, 3. It would be a 4 or a 5, so that doesn't work. So purple has to grow left.
Nice. I love that.
Uh,
And
so
so it can't come down either.
right, can't. So you can draw on a gray line. That'll be very helpful.
Right. So these two are the same.
Did I miscount that 4? Oh, are people allowing? Oh, people want both of these to be blue. Does that
If
work?
both of these are blue,
Uh,
yeah, then it's a 3.
oh yeah, that could work. Yeah. In my brain, there weren't enough cells for that to work, but that does actually work. Uh, Chat is pointing out that the 4 definitely in blue is definitely in row 4.
So blue needs to make it to row 4.
Yeah, I don't think it's helpful yet, but could be someday.
This cell, it can't be yellow because then this couldn't be yellow and now orange is cut off. So if it's not yellow, it must be orange. So it's also not purple.
Sure, I guess. Oh, chat says this is not correct.
Well, how's yellow getting in here? Is the question, because these two are in the same region. Oh, if this is orange? But then what's this? I really don't think yellow is an option.
Oh, it does barely work. I see it now.
How?
Sorry, not that. This, oops. this is orange, and then yellow does that, and then this is orange.
Wow.
This is why I do not strive to do proofs of the this form of yeah, this has to be orange because I kind of checked and it seems like it uh has to be because it's so easy to be like, yeah, sure, I guess I believe that. Uh uh Emma would like to extend this bifurcation further. Uh, no, Emma,
Yeah.
Emma says, note it doesn't work, but does not wish us to extend it further. Uh,
Yeah.
Probably breaks for some obscene reason. Yeah, but it is exactly the kind of thing that like whenever a setter has a step in a puzzle that turns out not to be right and it gets published, and then like a year after it's published when KNT is doing it or something, they notice that there was some possibility and then they have to print an embarrassing retraction or something. Uh,
People are asking if this can be not purple, but what
yeah,
if
I
it's
asked
yellow?
myself that earlier, and I convinced myself I thought the answer was no, but that it was going to involve counting both blue and purple and probably also green, in order to rigorously argue that it can't be not purple, but that it's probably true. I flagged it as I can probably prove this if I have to later in my head. Uh,
Because yellow can only just barely get here and be 9 cells, but now you have too many cells down here.
yeah, I, I I do kind of want to yeah, I guess it's still the same thing I said before that I tried to do a
Oh,
long
and
time ago about
purple
like if
is.
this extends over here. Uh, yeah, I guess the question is how many of these cells can purple possibly take? Because green, or sorry, blue has to take at least three of them. So purple can only possibly take two of these cells. Uh, so purple needs to grow at least four cells. And so I guess the question is if purple tries to grow only this way, uh, does it work? Because purple in the universe where this isn't purple, purple certainly isn't taking this cell. So yeah, so
So
purple would have
purple
to
would have to
grow.
take these cells and somehow. And now yellow is cut off.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so I guess
So
the
that means
cleanest version of
this
the
is
argument is
purple.
one of these two cells is definitely yellow, and so therefore purple can't claim them both, and so purple in fact can't get enough cells. I think that that's pretty clean. Once you say it as one of these two is definitely yellow, so purple can't come down through this column, then I don't object to it.
Wait.
The argument was that this cell was purple.
Okay.
And if we use that thing about yellow, we might be able to argue for even more in purple because now if purple comes here, it definitely can't get more cells, right? Because if purple comes there, then it's capped at 7 cells. So that cell's not purple.
Purple comes here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we said
Six,
max
seven,
2.
max 2 cells out of that whole region, yeah. And seven, or sorry, that is not enough cells.
So
So
purple
that
takes
means you can draw
these.
a wall here is the upshot. And yes, purple takes those. And you can draw a wall here as well because of rules. Oh, right. Sorry, we have not proven a wall. Sorry, Chad is right. Right, we did not prove this wall. We did prove purple had to go down, but purple could still take that cell.
You
There's
do
still a
get
wall
this
there,
wall.
though. Yeah, we do get that wall. Uh, I think we can prove this cell's orange if we're desperate. Uh, because if it's not orange, then orange is going to have an awfully difficult time finishing.
If it's not orange, then orange only gets one more cell.
Well, no, orange could come up here, but it would eventually kill yellow. It comes down again to the fact that these can't both be something
But
that's not yellow.
if orange comes up here, then all of this is purple.
Yeah, that is also a problem.
So this is definitely orange. And I think it's pretty easy to prove, and Chad is saying this, that orange can't come to this cell,
Correct. I agree. Uh,
which means this is a 4,
mm-hmm.
which means
Placing
this is a
4 in
4.
green. Yeah, row 9, column 8 is now definitely orange.
I
Or sorry,
think
row
we
9,
mean row
column
9, column
7.
7.
I was baited by Martin. Uh, that is 8 total cells for orange. So this cell certainly isn't orange. So if
Right?
that cell is orange, we'd isolate a cell.
So it's yellow or purple.
Yeah, so you can draw a border here is the point. Uh, and this cell isn't orange either because it would force both of these cells over here to be purple.
Yep.
That was basically your argument from earlier. Uh,
So orange takes one of these.
mm-hmm.
Green needs a 4. Row 4's 4 is in blue. So 4s are actually getting crowded.
The top purple, left purple digit is going to have to be a 3 now. I don't think it could possibly be 6. I don't think there are 6 cells that or 6 colors it could see. Uh,
Sorry, what?
the top left cell in purple, I think, is going to have to be a 3 now. Uh, can this
Probably.
cell be anything but green? Could it possibly be blue? Maybe just. Uh, yeah, it might be fine.
And one more with green taking the other 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can be blue. Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm still annoyed by the possibility that yellow is this thing. Uh, this is quite irksome. Uh,
Ah, green can't take either of these cells.
agree.
Uh, because that breaks this as being a 4. So in fact, blue does have to take both of these cells. Because green can't take this one and it can't be purple, so it's blue. Well, blue doesn't have to take this. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, but if, oh, wait. If this is purple, then I think we're okay with this being green. So I don't think we can. Oh, then blue breaks. Then these would have to be green, and now blue is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cells. I guess. So these are blue. Or this is blue.
Yeah. Two non-blue cells in those is the clean way, I think, to articulate it. And it would take green uh, 3 cells to get there. The version where purple takes this cell, that's too far for purple because now blue takes these 2 cells and purple only sees 2 things. So this cell at least isn't purple.
Mmm. And it can't be green. We just argued that.
Did we? We know that blue isn't a pie.
Oh, it can be green.
Do we want to do something
I
completely
still don't
nuts
see
and
why
say
it
that we
couldn't.
know the top level of purple has a 3 in it, so this is a 1, 2, 4, 8 black dot? Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, if green goes up to there, then we have to fill the top cell not just of purple, but also of green, Garion points out, and that doesn't work.
So this cell is blue then.
It is blue, correct? Yes. Very good point. Okay, and so now the last cell of blue has to connect blue, so this cell is green now.
Right.
And it is the top left cell of green. So we can at least note what it could be. It is
I think
either
we have
3
to.
or 4, right? No, it's just 3. It's just
It's
3,
just
no matter what.
three.
Yeah.
It's going to see green, blue, and red, and that's it.
Yep. So we can now mark all of these black dots as being 1, 2, 4, 8.
Now I think. Sorry.
Because all of these see 3.
Yes.
And this one also sees 3, albeit in a screwy way, but you should mark it anyway.
How do we know this sees three?
Because the 3 in purple is in row 3, as we have been arguing about. Uh, because the top left corner of purple is a 3.
Right.
And you can draw a border here. Ah, yes, right. This can't be purple anymore because if it's purple, it's a 3, but then it's a 2. because as soon as this is purple, this is blue, and it doesn't work, is what Matt and D-Web are pointing out. And Carl as well, now that I read Carl's point and I understand what Carl is
So
saying.
this, in fact, is blue.
It is blue, and it's the last cell of blue.
This is green.
Mm-hmm. And that is our 3 over there.
Green gets one more cell. Blue needs a 4. This is being pointed out. So that's a 5.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and what's this? There's no way it can be a 3, can it? Or can
Only if
yellow
it's
get
yellow.
here? Shit.
Uh,
People are saying this is not purple.
well, it's definitely not purple
It is
because
definitely not purple.
I could tell you that. Yeah, that I didn't appreciate that I could draw a border, but I did know for sure it wasn't purple. Uh, oh, this isn't an 8 for what it's worth for multiple reasons. Take your pick of which argument you would like. All right, if chat's pointing out if purple doesn't take this cell, it needs to take all 3 of these, which doesn't work. Hey, Andrew, how are you doing? All right, we should have Tristan do your birthday party or birthday puzzle after this. I think you made a birthday puzzle if I recall correctly.
Yep, purple does take this cell, which means this is orange.
Yep.
Which means these are purple. And that's all of purple. So this is yellow.
Da, 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 da. And we can actually fill in that we know that like this is yellow at least, and I think we can go one more cell than that if we count, but maybe not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we need one more yellow than that at least. And green gets one more, and yellow gets the rest.
Yep.
Uh,
Uh
if this was yellow, it would be a 4.
Yellow, green, blue, purple.
It's really hard for me to count that in my head. In the like, it
I have to
if I'm
name the
like
colors.
filling in the like mentally the like filling in the color and then counting is just one step too many for me, even though it feels like it shouldn't be. But yeah, so
Well, it
yeah, so
doesn't
that's
matter
just not
what this
yellow.
is. If it's a top left, it sees 4 colors.
That is true.
Remember, it's the same whether it counts itself or not.
Yep.
So you can just look at the colors around.
Yep.
You don't have to fill this in first. If this is a top left, it sees 4.
Yep. So it's not a top left, so it's green. Now green is done.
And so
Now
this
you
is
can
a
fill in the
5.
Yep. And now yellow is done if you give it its full extent.
All right, puzzle done. What's
Yep.
next?
There we go. Uh, uh,
Yes. There's no other place for 4 by Sudoku except on this dot.
yep.
So there's no 1 on the dot.
Mm-hmm.
This is yellow's top left. So this is a 4, 8. So that's 2 and that's 4.
Good. This doesn't have an 8 on it anymore because it's looking at a 4, 8.
Yes.
So it does have a 2 on it for what it's worth.
Yes.
The even number on this white dot and this white dot is neither 2 nor 4. So they are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And some of them cannot be 5. And like this one can't be 5 either, actually, because the green already has a 5.
Ah, this can't be 4 because this would have no fill.
Ah, yep, yep, yep. Very good.
So this is actually a 1, 2 pair. Uh, and so this is also a 1 or a 2.
Uh, let's see. Oh, there are some claims about there being 4s in regions that don't have 4s yet. Like purple needs to have a 4. And column 7 also needs to have a 4. And those two things, I
4
guess for me,
only
the
goes
column
here.
7 4 is the easier thing to see. Uh,
Uh,
okay, and so now the even number on this just is a 6. So there's
and
no 9
this
on it
is
either.
a 3.
Mm-hmm. So that makes these just 6, 7.
Why can this not be a 5?
Oh, sorry, that could be a 5. Never mind. That one can be the 5, right? Okay, well, now there's no 6 on this white dot because it would look down at a 6, 7. So there's definitely an 8 on it.
And we have to put an 8 in these cells. It's not going
Ah, right.
there.
This can't be a 7 because if it were a 7, this would be 7, 8, 9, and we could not put both 8 and 9 on the quad.
Right, so that's a 6.
And this is the 8 because you can't put an 8 here or here without breaking this white dot. Uh,
Ah, and there's a 9 here looking up at this.
yep, correct. And so now this cell is
Ah,
probably worth marking because it sees like every digit on the planet. Uh, oh,
uh,
maybe it doesn't see a 3.
I'm glad you didn't convince me to remove 5 from this cell,
I
because it
tried
is
my
a
best.
5.
Ik ben de mol. Uh,
So this could be a 2.
7 is placed in green here just by Sudoku.
Oh, that's fun.
Uh,
So what are these?
a 1 and a something else. A
9.
9, I believe. Oh, but this one's not a 1 because it's got a 1 2 pair looking over at it. I was going to make a really
Ah,
convoluted argument. I am glad that did that. Hey, Lemoncrad, I think the rules are on screen for you.
no, they're
We
not. But
Oh,
if you check the pinned link at the top of the chat, you can see the rules in there.
1 in red is placed. I see. David also says.
Uh, yes. And 3 in red, yes.
6 and
And
9. There's only one spot for 1 in yellow if you want to have fun making 4 different arguments about why different cells can't be 1.
see Sorry, where? What?
There's only one spot for one in yellow if you want to make four different arguments, because this sees a one by Sudoku, this sees a one by Sudoku, this sees a 1-2 pair. If this was one, it would be 1-2, and it would break this cell.
Cute. So that's a 2, that's a 1, that's a 2.
Uh,
This needs a 6 or an 8 on it.
it does.
Oh, row 9 can only get a 2 here.
Good point, good point. Which finishes an 8 and a 2 up if by sphenage. Or sphenage, if you prefer. We should
This
probably fill
cell
in this
sees the
triple.
7-8 pair, so where does 7 go in column 1?
Yep, yep. Good, good. I love that stuff. That is like
Very
my
nice,
favorite
Garion.
irregular trick. Yeah, that is the irregular trick that makes me happy. These are a
So this is the other
1,
6-9.
a 6, and a 9, if you want to fill them in.
2 in row 2 can only go here per Mehdi. This is what?
These three are a 1, 6, 9.
That one's not the one. This cell is that cell. So it's
Mm-hmm.
6-9. We do have 8
We
2s,
need a
so the
row 1,
last
2.
one goes here.
There, yep. That column requires a 3 and a 5. And we know which one it is because of yellow.
What does yellow have left?
A
6?
6, a 9, and something else. A 7, I believe.
Well, the 6 goes here.
Mm-hmm. So that digit is a 6 or an 8 next to the 7 or 9. And the 6 looked up in a helpful way. Good memory, good memory.
What? We just said that these two are the same cell.
That was like 15 minutes ago, but
It was
you did a very good job.
it was
Uh,
60 seconds ago. Looks like we have a pointing octuple here. Looks like
it's
we're
true.
missing a 8 in this column.
Sounds good to me.
These might be worth penciling.
I don't hate it. We are missing a 1.
One,
Oh, yeah, you
five,
can just
six,
do that.
nine.
And we know where the 5 goes, apparently, according to Sven. Uh, 5 in blue now. Oh, sorry, no, there's already a 5 in blue. But
5
if there were a
in
second
light
5
blue,
in
though.
blue,
5 in
I
light
would know
blue,
where it
though,
went. Mm.
goes here.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Uh,
And 1 in pink goes here.
Six in bottom of column 7.
Uh, 8 in row 3 goes
Yep.
in dark blue, so that
Oh, apparently the one in pink was the lie.
Devine.
Oh, yeah, the one in pink could be below that.
Oh, it could be here. Uh, but we still get the point about 8, so that's right.
One in column 6 is placed though. Oh no, it's not. Sorry, I made another mistake.
Uh, 3, 7. But this one's not 3. Oh, well, that's,
Unhelpful.
yeah.
The
This
6,
is,
8, or 9.
yep.
Wonderful, wonderful.
We have to put a 3 in row 1. Only goes there.
What is that pair in row 1? 6 and 7? Yeah, there we go.
And we have a pair here.
Excellent. Well, David was right after all. We should have just trusted David in the first place.
Yep.
Uh,
We have a pair in this, which is resolved. This is a 6, 8, or 9. It's not an 8.
by the column, this is a 1 or a 9, and by the row, it's not a 9.
Not a 9.
Not a 9, a 9. You can choose. If you want to put a 9 there, I'm not going to stop you.
See, this is a 6 or an 8. Ah,
I think we've probably hit the marking point for this, but maybe it doesn't even matter anymore. Uh,
but purple has a 9.
yes, yes, yes. Very nice. Just a smidge too much chaos construction nonsense at the very end for my taste, but overall that was very nice.
It
And
was
it's
by
really
far
hard
not the
as the setter
worst.
to avoid the like grindy irregular stuff at the end. So
How
I
many
do not at
chaos
all fault the
constructions have
setter,
you
but
done? I recently did a chaos construction that had no weird irregular Sudoku at the end. It was unbelievable.
yeah, I think the optimal amount is just a little. But yeah, but very nice puzzle. I liked that. And I enjoyed the top left cell implications. That was an interesting rule set.
Yeah, that was fun. All right, let's take a little break. I guess I'm doing Andrew Sarkis's birthday puzzle.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is an Andrew 1.5 difficulty, so you can infer what that means from there.
All right.
Uh,
Well,
I'll see you
we
all in just a moment.
yeah, we will be right back. Tempted to make myself more tea, but that just takes too long. All right. Be right back. We are back. I've got this birthday puzzle from Andrew Sarkis. Uh, well, let me.
I'm sure Andrew had this rules idea and then looked at it and was like, well, Zeta will be 41. That would, and Tris will be 42. Which would I rather do a puzzle that involves multiplying digits on a thermo about? Uh,
Isn't 41 prime?
Relatively, yes.
Relative to what?
The the
Everything?
the, on, the only number less than 100 that looks prime and isn't, if you know your squares, is 91. That is how I always remember it, because 91 is 7 times 13. But as long as you know your multiples of 11, and you know that 49 and 81 are squares, and know your multiples of 3 and evens and multiples of 5, then the only number that can fool you is 91.
Uh, in this puzzle, we have normal thermo rules. So digits along a thermo uh, increase from the bulb to the tip, with the additional rule that each thermo, the digits on each thermo in this puzzle, must have the sum or the product of 42. And just before uh, just before we came back, I was noting that, or Zeta and I were noting that you can't have a thermo longer than 4 digits have a product of 42. Because 42 factorizes into 2, 3, and 7. So you could have 1, 2, 3, 7 be a 42 product. But nothing longer than that.
So I think that means you could just write in the 8-cell long thermo. It's the
Oh,
bottom
right.
one that's the 8-cell one.
Are they both 8 cells?
That one is 7 cells. But this one is 8.
Oh, weird. Uh, so that's just every digit but 3.
Mm-hmm.
2, 4.
And as
Okay.
chat points out, you can also probably figure out which 2 digits to exclude from the 7-cell thermo, but it's slightly harder. But that you have to exclude 2 digits that sum to 3. Uh,
Hmm.
you did not do it correctly. Good, good.
I was just figuring that out. Now.
Garian suggests contemplating the length 2 thermo. Uh, and there probably has to be a multiple of 7 on it. Oh, you have chosen the multiple of 7, 7, I see. Uh,
Uh, this this has got to be 167. That's the only way
or
this works.
237, right? Oh,
Can't
sorry,
be
no, 237 doesn't
237.
work because there's a 3 in that row already. Which means the other one is 237
Uh,
because it does need to have a multiple of 7, and it doesn't have a 1. So,
and now this has got to be 1237, right?
yeah, that makes sense.
Chad agrees with me. Now do we
Because
just
now we can
mark?
mark? Probably. Uh,
I probably should have gone a little bit at a time.
you can always mark again. There's no rule against it. It's kind of your birthday.
5 8 pair here, so that's a 9, that's a 6. 5 8 pair, so that's a 6, that's a 7.
Yeah, that
Uh,
3-5 pair that D-Web spotted is very
3
nice.
5 pair, so that's a 1 and a 9.
And
That's
it's
a
also in the
7.
box 9.
So that's a 2 and a 6. 5 6 8 4 5. Uh, let's see. That's a 5 1 4 here. 1 2 pair. So that's a
That 4
3
was the
and a
perfect engagement
5.
bait. You could have just pretended not to see that 4, and we'd have gotten so many more comments. Uh,
Uh-huh. 8 here, 9 4 3 5 pair.
you have a 2-8 pair in box 1 if you want to uh,
I
look
do
through
have
the
a
pencil
2 8
marks.
pair, so that's a 7 and a 9.
You can remark if you want to make this a little less cluttered. Or you can just fill in digits, whichever works for you.
I was planning on filling in digits. Oh. So you're just going to fill in digits. Let's see. 2 3 pairs, so that's a 4 and a 1. 8 6. 2 1. Let's see. That's an 8 3 9. 2 1 4 8 2 3 5 3. See, you don't have to remark.
I mean, I wasn't suggesting that you remark for your benefit. I was just suggesting, see, I care about the viewers. I'm on the viewers' side. That it might be nicer for them.
It says the guy who constantly trolls viewers.
I would never.
Uh-huh.
Uh, very nice. Uh,
Oh God, Garion.
uh,
All right. Well, we'll be right back with another one. Uh, all right. See you shortly. Okay, we have this cute puzzle by Juggler uh, that uh, just says that just has this clocks rule, and a digit on a clock indicates the total number of smaller digits in the indicated directions.
I kind of suspect we can bound what this can be. For example, it can definitely not be a 1 or a 2. It's certainly got to be even because it's going to see the same number of smaller digits in each direction. Uh, oh, sorry, it can be 2. Sorry, it can be 2. Uh,
Can it
yeah, and
be
4
not
is already
two?
too big. Yeah, yeah, it can't be not 2, right? So it is a 2. Uh, and we can bring out Zach for the 2 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So now we
And
can corner mark that we know there's a 1 in these cells and a 1 in these cells.
now we have to make this not two.
Uh, it's true. If it was a 4, it would be too big, right?
Right, so it's
Because it would
three.
already see 3 digits this way, and it would certainly see at least 2 this way.
Yeah,
Uh,
so that is easy.
yep. Does this now have to be a 2 again? Because it definitely sees the 1 in each direction. Uh,
Why
yeah,
couldn't this
4
be a
is
one?
no.
Oh, ignore me.
Uh, yeah, the question is, could it be a 4? Uh, and chat seems to believe the answer is yes, it could be a 4.
So it's a two or four. Oh, and this has the same argument.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess the easy way to say is it there's at most 2 numbers smaller than it that it does not see, and so it cannot be larger than 4. Uh,
Though,
yeah, 4 is going to be difficult because if you make this a 4, you're going to have to hide the 1 from it back there, and that's not going to work because that clock can't have a 1 on it. Because if this is a 4, we're saying it doesn't see this digit and it doesn't see this digit. But the only digit this could be and not be seen as a 1, but you can't put a 1 on a clock.
yep. So that's actually a two. That's a four.
And now that 4 needs to not see uh, 2 things, and it can't ever not see that one because there's nothing that can be. So the ones it doesn't see are that one and this one, which means this one's a 2.
So we have a two in one of these. Because this can't be a two.
Why not?
Oh, I guess it could see two ones along the diagonal.
Yeah, I don't see a reason it could not be. Uh,
Hey, juggler.
So,
Uh-oh.
uh-oh, we have wrong
Let
digits,
us
right?
uh
Let us restart.
let us restart.
Oh no. We were tricked by chat. We'll blame chat.
Okay. So,
So this digit is equal to 2n minus 1. Uh, and so we are solving the equation here, n equals 2n minus 1, uh, which gives us 2n equals 4.
okay. Uh so this, it's not a 1 and it's not a 2.
So if the digit behind it isn't a 1, then our logic before tells us this
Yeah,
digit's
why
a
couldn't this
2.
be a 4?
I don't know, but I know the digit behind it is a 1.
Oh, but if this is a 4, it sees 3 in this direction.
That is true.
So this has got to be a 1 and this is a 3.
Agree.
So then we have these to contend with. Yeah, if this were 5
Yeah,
and
it
it
seems
didn't
plausible.
see these,
And it doesn't see the 3, then it would see 8 minus 3 is 5. Yep.
so this could be a 5. So this
Yep.
is 2, 4, or 5.
Yep. But 6 is too big because it would
But
see
it
at
can't be
least 10
2,
minus 3
right?
digits. Yeah, it can't be 2. Because oh wait, no, it could be 2.
Oh, it could be 2.
Because
Uh,
yeah,
okay. Um, but this one,
that one can't be 5, I think. Oh, maybe it can be actually. Uh no, it can't be
mm,
5.
I don't think
5
it can
is
be 5.
5 is too big because it would be at 8 minus because 8 minus 2 is 6. So it can't be 5. So it is uh 2 4. Yeah, I agree. Uh you just can't put a 1 in a clock face. But uh if this is a 4, this can be a 4 still though because we can hide the 2 behind it back here, I think. Uh
So then what's this? Or this? So this isn't 1.
agree.
Oh, yeah. What's this? points out Martin.
It needs to see exactly one digit less than it along that diagonal. I think that's all that matters, right? Uh, it could be anything as long as that's true.
Oh.
But yeah,
Huh.
it sees n minus one digits less than it this way, so it sees one digit less than it this way is what it's saying.
My brain is not fully wrapped around this rule set.
It could even be nine if there's two nines along that diagonal. Emma is
Yep.
correct.
Yep.
Uh,
So if we want to make this a 4, let's see how that works.
then we need to put lower digits than four in both of these cells.
Uh, and you could only put a 2 here.
I do think that perhaps we were supposed to start exactly as DWeb is outlining, which is to pencil mark the cells that see only the clocks that see only a small number of cells, and go from there and look for triples and such, rather than starting with row one, column one.
So like this cell or this cell.
Yeah. So like
Like
this
this
one
cell.
can't be anything but 2, 3, 4 at the very least. This one is 2, 3, 4, 5, I think.
Um, yeah, I want to come back to David's point here, though. Um, because if this is a 4,
Then we need two
then we
one and two
need to
threes in the
hide
box.
2 digits from it.
So this will
So
be from
these
one,
would
two,
both
three.
have to be uh so this would be a 2-3 pair. Uh
Because neither of them could be a one.
and except this couldn't be a 3. So this would be a 2.
Mm-hmm.
So we have 2 4. Now that's a 5.
Oh, and so David's point is now this doesn't have any value. Oh, that's disgusting. Uh,
Because there's nothing left less than 5 for this to be.
yeah,
That's kind of horrific.
that is pretty horrific. Uh, I doubt that is the intended observation. Uh, but we can certainly use it if we would like. This certainly seems to be one. uh, thank you for the compliment, Juggler. Um
Maybe we should find something easier.
yeah, maybe we should write in these other digits like this one that can be 2, 3, 4, 5. If this was 5, we would need all of these cells to be from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that really possible?
1, 2, 3,
Uh,
4, right?
oh, it can't be 2, right? It can't be 2, DWeb points out, because we already know where the 1 is in that box. So it's a 3, 4, or 5. Uh,
Let's see if it's a 3. That would be a 2.
right. And then, oh yeah, that doesn't work.
And
That
then
those
it
would be.
would
Oh, sorry. We'd have to have the 1 and the 2 there.
then we'd
Maybe
have
we
the
could do
1
that.
and the 2 on this diagonal.
Yeah, maybe we could make that work.
That's true. One of these is always 2. Let's use that. That's easy. Because it's very easy to argue that
Yeah,
if
yeah,
this
yeah.
is
Right, right,
4,
right.
this is 2. That's not
Right. Yep.
complicated.
Right. I agree with that. Yes. So yeah, we can corner mark a 2, and then we can look across at that.
So that's not a 2.
Okay, so we need therefore to have a 2 in one of these two cells. Because we always have to hide the 2 from this, whether it is oh, and so we know where the 2 goes, right? The 2 has to go there because we have a corner marked 2 in the other row.
Uh,
Right? Because
walk me through this.
so if it's a 4, that means we have to hide 2 digits from it. Well, we're not hiding the 1 from it, so we have to hide the 2 and the 3. We've already hidden the 3, so the only places we could hide the 2 were there and there. If it's a 5, we need to hide 3 digits from it out of 1, 2, 3, 4. We're not using the 1. So we have to hide the 2, the 3, and the 4.
So, okay, so this is
So
always
that's
a 2.
unconditionally a 2.
So this is
Uh,
never a 3. If this is a 3, we need a 2 here.
right. It's never a 3.
So we
So
have a
now we've got a
4
4,
5
5 pair
pair
in the
now.
column. It just Oh, it can. So if this is a 4, it makes this a 1, 2, 3 triple,
That's
uh,
true.
which is bizarre. It seems incredibly restrictive, regardless of which of these is the 4 and which of these is the 5. But
And if this is a 5,
oh, this just
that
can't be 4
breaks.
anymore. This can't be 4 anymore because remember, if it's 4, we need to hide. Oh no, we have hidden 2 things. Never mind. Sorry.
Look, no,
Uh,
this can't be a 5. Uh, because if this is a 5, what's this? This would be a 4, but this needs to be lower than 5. But there are no digits lower than 5 in this box. Left.
what?
If this is a 5, then
Oh, then
all of
every
these
digit
cells
needs.
need to be
Right,
less
right.
than 5.
Right,
But
right. That
this
doesn't
cell
work
has no
because that
fill.
cell, right, correct. Yep. Yep. Agree.
So this is a 4 and that's a 5.
Hmm.
So now this needs to be less than 5 and it can only be 4.
Correct. And so all of these are a 1, 2, 3 triple.
So this is a 2.
Hmm.
Uh, yes, these are a 1, 2, 3
Because this cell is definitely not less than 4. Uh,
triple. That's the 1, that's the 3, and that's the 2. So now this cell must be at least 4.
God, this digit's going to be just wreak absolute havoc on the puzzle because there's going to be exactly 1 digit along this diagonal that is less than. Ooh, David has made a donation. End of year thank you to both you and your incredible content, all setters for such majestic puzzles on all platforms in this community. Everyone have a wonderful and happy and joyous 2025. Thank you, David. Let's get you a
Thank
donation
you.
dance. Boop, 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 boop. Woohoo! Boop, 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 woohoo! Boop, 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 woohoo! Boop, 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 woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Yes, David has typed exactly what I was trying to communicate about that cell. Uh, let's see. This cell seems not to be a 3 anymore, for what it's worth. Oh, it
Okay.
can't be a 2 either, because neither cell it points out on the left can be a 1.
Ah. Okay, so that is a 4.
Is a 4, which means that these are all from 1, 2, 3. And we know the clock face isn't a 1.
So these are forced.
Uh,
So
this
these
can't be
all
a
need to be
2 just
bigger than
by
3.
looking at it.
Yes. These all need to be bigger than 3. Because no, sorry. One of them needs to be smaller than 3.
Yes.
No, that was always true. No matter no matter what this
Yes.
was, exactly one of them had to be smaller on the diagonal.
And it's not
Ignore
that one.
me.
And so
True.
one of these two is 1, is the punchline.
Uh, okay. So,
In both instances of this, I need 2 cells here that are smaller than it. So I think these two are always from 1, 2, 3, 4, but double check me. So if this is a 4, it sees 2 this way, so it needs to see 2 that way, which means these would both be from 1, 2, 3. If this is a 5, it sees 3 this way. It still needs to see 2 this way, so these are from 1,
yep.
2, 3, 4.
So these
So
are
I
all
think these
from
are
1, 2,
always from
3,
1, 2,
4.
3, 4.
I agree.
Uh,
I keep wanting to look at this cell.
it's eminently reasonable to do so. It's at least 4.
Oh, 4 is placed by Sudoku here. People want me to.
Ah. It's 4, 5, or 6
Right.
before thinking, I am told.
This is true. It sees 6 cells. Uh, it's not 4
Ah,
because it could only see 3.
right.
1 in
This,
this
if it
direction
was,
and 2 in this
well, if it
direction
was, yeah, it would see,
because of this
right.
and this. So this 5 can never see a 2.
Correct.
If this is a 5. Hmm. Ah. Oh, no.
This clock sees at most 2 digits less than it down this diagonal, which I think we can use our pencil marks to constrain because it sees either, if it's an n, it sees either n or n minus 1 copies of itself in this, sorry, digits less than it in this column. So only 1 or 2 of these is less than this clock, but we know one of them's a 2 and 2 of them are a 4 or a 5. So this can't possibly be larger than 5. Or it can't possibly be larger than, no, 6 would be too big. 6 it
So it is
definitely
a
sees.
5.
Oh yeah, so it is a 5. Yep. That is correct. Yep. Yes. It was at most 5 and sees 1, 2, 3, 4. That is a very reasonable thing to notice. Uh, and therefore, oh, we don't know yet. We don't know because we don't know whether it sees something along this side or not. The diagonal.
See, we definitely have 1 and 3 in these by Sudoku. Okay. Uh,
Oh, wow. Yep. It's amazing. Garian's point is you can corner mark 1 and 3 in here, and if you look at this 4 looking down at this cell and this 4 looking over at these 3, then you actually also can corner mark 4 in those same cells.
Ugh.
So this is a hidden 1 3 4 triple. That is very slick. Uh,
So now this is at least five. It is at least six.
it's at least 6, yes. Uh, and I think we can probably argue, yeah, it can't be because remember, only one cell out of these is smaller than it. So it can't be an 8, or these would both be. No, they could both be 8, 9 pairs. That would be okay, maybe, although a little bit wonky. It's certainly not a 9, but I don't really want to pencil mark that. Uh, let's see. Pencil mark row 4, column 2. There are a few people in chat are talking about that one. So it sees naively 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Naively sees 6 cells. So it's from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it's not a 1, I guess. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Uh,
Uh,
now, I suspect we can do better if we squint carefully at what is going on. Uh,
think it could be a two if exactly these are ones.
it seems plausible.
A bunch of people are
It can in
saying
no
that.
circumstance be 3, because there are not 3 cells that can be 1, 2.
Okay, if this is a five, this is definitely a four.
Why is that?
Because this can't be smaller than five.
Okay, yeah.
But if this is a six, uh, then this
So this is
must be a
always a
five,
4
and
or a
this is
5.
all, and this is still four. And one of these is a five. Yeah, so this is definitely six or higher. Can certainly say that. Like the rest of this row just by Sudoku is 6, 7, 8, 9.
Mm-hmm. And I don't think that thing sees 9 cells, for what it's worth.
Yep, so it's not a 9.
And this one we know is not a 9, for what it's worth. Because it would see only 1 digit less than 9 across that whole diagonal, and that would be a problem. Oh, right. David is right, right. This diagonal sees only 1 digit less than this on this whole diagonal. Well, that's this digit. So everything else along here is 6, 7, 8, 9. That is beautiful and correct.
Wow.
So that places our 1.
Uh,
Yeah, this can't be a 6 anymore because it can no longer see this cell.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think two can still see ones here.
I think so. We have most of a quintuple for what it's worth.
Five? Five is actually, I don't think we could do five. This
Oh yeah, if
can't
it's
be less
five,
than
it definitely
five.
can't see those two, and it can't see this one, right?
Right,
Yep.
so
So
it's
that
just
and it would
starved.
only get
So
it would
that's
only be allowed to yep.
so
Would only
that's
be
just
allowed to miss
forced.
one. Yep. Oh yeah, one in box six is placed. A few people have pointed out, Martin and Joel included. Those are a 3-4 pair, so that's a one. Is that all the ones in the grid? I think so. Oh no, we're missing a one in box two, which might be the last one in the grid. Seems to be.
We also have a 3-4 pair in this column.
That we do.
Let's
Sadly,
see,
it
do we
seems to
know
only tell us
anything
that a bunch of
more?
cells we already know aren't 3-4 aren't 3-4.
Oh,
Five is
this
placed in
this
box
still
one,
works.
just by
Uh,
Sudoku. I think it probably is worth filling in the cells that we know are 6, 7, 8, 9. Like column one and row two.
get a 3 here per Carl. And here.
Ah, 6, 7, 8, 9 in column three. If you fill it in, you'll see this cell is 6, 7, 8, 9, which gives us a quadruple uh, in the box four, which tells us that these are a 3-5 pair, which I'm sure we could have seen more elegantly, but what are you going to do?
These are six,
Oh,
seven,
you
eight,
seem to have
nine.
filled in a random three here at some point, which gives us some stuff down here. Uh, I don't know exactly what stray bullet hit that three, but I believe it.
It was just the
Uh,
only place for it in the row by Sudoku.
I see.
Threes saw all of these cells in the columns.
I see.
Let's see, two in box 5 here by Sudoku. How are we doing on twos? We have a little Z-wing left. Might as well mark.
We could perhaps ask questions about this now that we know so many
Uh,
digits along this diagonal.
that doesn't see 9 cells.
Because this already sees one, two, three, four,
This one only sees
five
7
things that are
cells.
six. This sees six things that are less than it already. Uh, for what it's worth. Because that cell's definitely less than it too.
Yeah.
So uh, that sort of feels interesting, but I don't know how.
Write it. 2, 4. Ah, look. 1, 2, 3,
Oh yeah,
4.
that 5 only gets to see one thing in that direction. Oh no, sorry, not necessarily one. It could be two. I'll be right back.
Yeah, the 5 already sees 4 digits that are less than it. Let's see. David says this can't be 8. So it would see 7, so it would only be able to see one digit in the diagonal, which would be this one. Oh, but it also sees this one. Got it. Carl thinks this can't see 4 digits in uh but why couldn't we put a 4 here and a 2 there?
Did we do it?
Well, we found out this couldn't be an 8.
Well, that's something.
Let's see. Mehdi says this can't be a 6. So it wouldn't see this. Wouldn't see this. Ah, yeah, if this is a 6, it sees at most 4 cells. So that's a 7.
Well, that's huge. Because that means every cell it points at is less than 7. So in particular, this is a 6.
Right, so that is a
And this is a
6.
6.
Yes.
And this is a 6.
Yes, and it sees this cell, so this is less than 7.
Could be 3 or 5, I think. Which gives us a 3-5 pair in the row at random. I mean, I guess that makes these two cells 7, 8, 9, so that's not nothing. Oh no, we don't want your web page crashing.
Okay, now if this
So
is
this is a 5, 6
6,
regardless of what happens, just based on the 7, 8, 9 triple you seem to have written into the row.
if this is 6, it just instantly breaks.
Ah, yeah, because it doesn't see the 7, the 6, and the 6.
Uh,
Okay, so that places a 7 along that diagonal because it needs to see everything.
Yes.
It gives us an 8-9 pair up here. Places a 9 in row 4, column 3. Gives us the chocolate teapottiest of chocolate teapotty triples. Uh,
Uh, oh, uh, yes, this is the only place for 7 in row 4. That does it. Thank you, Mehdi.
this 5 now sees its number less than 5 along this diagonal. Uh, oh, I guess, sorry, it can see 2 numbers less than 5 along this diagonal. No, you're right. As long as this is exactly a 4. Not quite. You could fill in row 4.
We've been asked to look again at this 8.
4. Oh, it needs to see everything. Oh, no, sorry, it
Yeah,
doesn't need. Oh, it does need to
no,
see
it
everything.
does. 1, 2,
Okay.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yep.
That's a 7.
This cell isn't an 8, I suppose. Uh,
So what can it be? Not very many things. 2 or 4?
5? No,
Can't
it
be a
can't be a 5.
5.
Yeah, I think it's only 2 or 4. Fill in row 4.
How centered is my grid? Oh, it's nicely centered.
And column 6.
5, 6
Ah,
pair. That's a 9. Gives us a few things. Okay, what
box 2.
clocks aren't satisfied yet? Five in column 4.
Chat would like us to note that this is a 7 or a 9 and that we have a 7-9 pair in this column, which seems a very nice, reasonable thing to do.
5 is in one of these cells.
So these aren't 7 is what they're saying. And so therefore the 6-8 pair looks down and gives us a pair below it.
That gives us a 4,
The
5 pair.
4-5 pair, which then resolves this cell.
So that's a 6 and a 5 and a 6, which works perfectly well.
The 4-5 pair also sees the 3-5.
So
So now
now
we need the
that
4 above that 5.
so this already sees
2 numbers less than it here.
2.
And it sees at least 3 numbers less than it here, and we better not let it see 4. So
Right.
we need a
So
number
now
less than
this
it back
also
here.
has to be a 5.
Correct.
Uh,
That has to be a 1, 2, 3, or 4, but it can't be a 1, 2, or 3.
yeah, that's a 4. This that's a 2. That's a 2. And now I think we can mark.
I think so. I enjoyed this as brain burning and bizarre as it was.
Yeah, that was
But
pretty intense.
you'd really love the sequel where there are clocks in places, but half the clocks are missing a hand. so you have to infer where the hand was, which I thought sounded fun, but not for this point in the stream. Yeah, this I really liked this one.
Yeah.
Uh,
Thanks for rescuing us at the very beginning.
yes, yes, definitely appreciate the save when we made a slightly not correct argument, and it was almost a disaster. Uh,
This is
Alrighty, shall
sort
we
of
take?
the part in stream where I like to go back to something really old in the bucket.
We could do that.
Uh,
Bye, Martin.
Bye, Martin. Uh, do you need a break? I don't really need a break.
Okay, we can do something old.
Uh, yeah, just
Let's do this way leads on to way puzzle by Kenneth's dad. I will attempt to figure out if I can send you a link.
No, I got it.
Okay.
There's a
I wasn't sure
find
if you could
button.
find it or not.
There's a find button.
I know it doesn't work super well, so
It works fine. You just have to type a full word.
uh,
Zetamath and technology.
I do not like technology.
Uh-huh.
It does not
Uh,
like me either, as I think you can attest.
Ooh.
Yeah, yeah. Triss is much more compelling to the technology, I believe, than I believed I was cursed by technology basically from early on, and Triss is like, no, there's no such thing as being cursed by technology. That's not real. And then at about the point where he saw that my computer, whenever it would print, would start printing a third of the way down the page for no explicable reason, I think he started to believe me that the technology was in fact genuinely cursed. I can place some digits if I understand what the rules are, but I'll let you explain what the rules are, and then we'll see if I can place some digits.
Okay, so, well, first let me post links. Do we know Kenneth's dad on Discord?
Not that I know, but you're usually the one who is in charge of hunting.
Uh, let's see. There is Kenneth's Santa. Yeah, that's Kenneth's dad.
Probably, yeah.
Okay. Uh, in this puzzle, we have, let's see, digits in a circle give the sum of the four cells the circle
Okay, so in that
touches.
case, I cannot place a digit for you. Oh yes, I guess they weren't going to be quadruples because I was going to say we get four ones, and I was going to place a one here and a one here, which would be problematic for lots of reasons.
Let's see. This is a modular line. Uh, every set of three sequential digits contains one digit from 147, one from 258, and one from 369. This is a parity line where digits alternate parity. This is a zipper line where digits in equal distance from the center digit have to sum to that center digit. This is a German whisper. Uh, This, I don't know why part of it is gray and part of it is yellow, but the whole thing is a Nabner line. No, sorry.
Great
This
spot, Screaming
part,
Ice Cube.
this part is a Nabner line. This part is a 10 line. This is the zetamath box.
Apparently.
Yeah, this part is a Nabner. This part is a 10 line. This is a thermo, a between line, an entropic line where uh, an
Yeah,
adjacent
this line
free
is
set of digits.
rows, and this line is columns. That's the thing to remember.
Uh, and then a Renban.
So Screaming Ice Cube's beautiful point is that there's only two ways for four digits to sum to 12, and one of them is 1, 2, 4, 5, and it doesn't work because of the modular line. So therefore, it needs to be 1, 2, 3, 6. And we know that the digit off of it is the 3 or the 6, which is oh, Joel has been a member for 5 months, hopefully to 12 more months in 2025. This channel is one of the very best discoveries I've had this year. Thank you for your streams. Thank you
Thank
so
you
much,
so
Joel.
much,
Greatly
Joel.
appreciated. Let's get you a member dance. Boop, 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 boop. Woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop, 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 wah! Thank you, Zach, and huge thank you to Joel. Uh, and 9 is not the same thing as 3 or 6.
Well, Nick attacked my keyboard.
Ah, Nick was very excited of that. That makes sense. Uh,
Well, that's true. We do
yeah,
have
the
to
9 in row
place a
6.
9, so it has to go on the
Yeah.
whisper.
Yep. And the 8 as well, actually.
Uh,
So
yeah.
we know where the 8 and the 9 go, because you can't put an 8 in a 3-cell 10 sum.
So this is an 8-9 pair.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, tall
Ooh,
cat.
Tall Cat has gifted 5. Zetamath the gifts. See, they have gone to Stum, Vicky, Liam, Pause, and Zachary. Enjoy your gift memberships, enjoy your emotes, and let's get Tall Cat a donation dance. Boop, boop, ba, doop, boop, boop, ba, doop, ba, doop, boop, boop, woohoo! Boop, doop, ba, doop, boop, boop, ba, doop, woohoo! Boop, doop, ba, doop, woohoo! Boop, boop, doop, ba, doop, boop, doop, boop, doop, boop, boop, doop, woohoo!
Penguin down.
Thank you, Zach. Thank you. And thank you, Zachary. There are a lot of Zachs around here, so you'll fit in well. Uh, so this is
Now
a
you
6
can
or a
use now you can use the Zeta stop emote when we make a mistake.
indeed. This is a 6 or a 7, so this is a 1 or a 2, and that 1 or 2 goes in this cell. Uh, that is my
Uh,
deduction.
sorry, what?
So this is a 6 or a 7 because it's high.
Uh-huh.
6 or 7 only goes next to 1 or 2.
Uh-huh.
And our sum is 1, 2, 3, 6. So that 1, 2, and the 12 sum goes there.
Uh-huh.
Uh, and so these are from one. Yeah, I guess you could just write in that these are from 1, 2, 3, 6. I guess it's not the most exciting thing in the entire universe.
I mean, it
Uh,
almost gets us a quadruple.
it gets us a virtual 1, 2 pair.
That's
So
true.
we have proven there's not a 1 in most of the spots along the between line. Uh,
Well, there's not a 1 in the circle.
so
This
now it's
circle.
interesting that there is either a 7 here with a 1, 2, or there's a 7 here with an 8, 9 running up the side. Those are the only options.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, uh,
Ah. If this
is that true given
Gary
that digits can repeat?
what?
It's certainly a 1, 2, or a 3, but my question is Garian's comment still true given that digits can repeat in this 11 sum?
I mean, I think
Yeah, I guess the question we should say
I think
first is
Garion is
what can
saying,
this digit possibly be? And the answer is these sum to now at least four. So that's at least so these sum to at least five. So this digit can be at most six, but it's not one, two, three, or six. So this cell's only four or five, is I guess the point. And so as soon as you do that math and say fill in four or five in this cell, then you can say this cell's the 3, 6 because of the modular line.
yeah, yeah. Uh,
So make it a 3, 6. And so
and
now
so
this
that's
cell's
a
not
one,
a three,
two.
six. Yep. Uh, and so now the point that Garion is making is these sum to at least five. So these two sum to at most six. And you can't make a sum of at most six without a one or two. And so there's a virtual 1, 2 pair that makes that a three or a four, and it's not a three. Or sorry, it's not a four.
And we have digits.
We have digits, and we have a three dance. Ba-ba-ba-doop. Wow! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wow! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. Wow! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Uh, okay, it is still true that one of these is a one or a two, and the other is a four or a five, for what it's worth in these cells. So you can mark those as being from one, two, four, five. And either the 1, 2s are the same or the 4, 5s are the same. Uh, oh,
Whoa!
João has gifted some gift memberships. Let's see. They have gone to Michael, Newt, Xavian, Rajdeep, and Finland. Oh, Finland's been around since like the very beginning. And then some new names there. Welcome, folks. Enjoy your gift memberships with your Zeta Stop emotes, which is not my favorite one, I'll admit, and your Zach emotes, which I quite enjoy. The Zeta Stop emotes usually mean something has gone horribly off. But thank you, João. Huge thank you. Let's get a donation dance. Boop, 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 boop. Woohoo! Boop, 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 woohoo! Ba-da, ba-da, ba-ba, woohoo! Ba-ba-da, ba-da, 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 ba-ba-da, ba, woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. That's right. There's a
Thank you
Quackers
so
emote
much,
in
Jamal.
there. Yes, huge thank you to everyone for your generosity today. Uh, and yeah, we should get a new emote in there. I want to get a five dance emote in there. I feel like that one we should be able to do. Uh,
And
so there's a 6, 7 and a 4, 5 in there if you want to mark those two cells as 4, 5, 6, 7.
the 10 line doesn't have a 3 on it.
So
So
it
it
has a
definitely has a
1.
1.
Yep, agree.
Uh,
And this cell is definitely a 6 or a 7. Because the 10 line has at most 1, 6, 7 in it, in the 10 sum.
uh-huh.
And so that digit has to be a 6 or a 7. Uh,
It, oh, it can't have a 6. It would need a 3.
yeah, yeah. It still doesn't help. Ooh, Andrew has given you a big birthday present. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you so much.
Let's get you a donation dance as well. Do 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 do. Woohoo! Do 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 do. Woohoo! Ba 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 da ba 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 da. Woohoo! Ba da ba da ba 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 da. Woohoo! Boop boo 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 boo. Woohoo! Thank you, Zach, and huge thank you, Andrew. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks so much.
Uh, so yeah, I guess that means one of these two cells is 6. And so these are certainly from 789, if you want to mark that. Uh,
Uh, I want to interrogate Garian's point is that if this is a 1, let's try and make this sum to 11.
the point is 1 for the same modularity. So yeah, if there's a 1
So
here, then the smallest we
these actually sum to minimum 6 is the point.
yes, is the point, right? Yes, those sum to minimum 6. So yeah, so that is very very swell is the
So
word I went for, but that's not the word I was going for. I don't sweet maybe? I don't know. My brain is short-circuiting
so
slightly.
in fact there's no 2 in here and
Yep.
the 2 is here. The 1 is here.
Yep.
So
Correct.
that's a
So that
1,
makes this a
that's a
7.
2. Yes, that's a 7. Now we
See, I
should be able to figure
occasionally
out what this
remember
is.
that whispers exist.
That's a 4
Yep.
by entropic.
And so these are a 1, 4.
Uh, 6. Yes. So
Yeah, we could have said the 4 5 was repeated before because we knew there was a repeated digit in this 4 cell sum, and we knew it wasn't the 1 2 because the 1 2s were different by sort of coloring through these boxes if we wanted. Anyway, these are now a 6 and a something and a 5, 5 6 pair, and we actually know the order of these two cells.
let's see. This is 5 or 8. Sorry, what?
These two cells are
Oh,
a 5 and a 6, and we know which is which.
and this is no. We don't know the
Could
order
go in
of
any
these.
order. Uh,
Let's see. This sums to minimum 6, so this is max 5. Oh, if this is
oh
8,
yeah, this is
these
part of an
sum to
11 sum.
9, and these sum
Yeah,
to
this is an 8.
2, so that's a 5.
Yep. Okay, so these two need to sum to 5, and so these are either 1 4 or 2 3. What is the brown line? It's alternating
Uh,
parity line?
yep, alternating parity.
Our zipper has some mediumly large digits, at least in this row.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
In fact,
yeah, Michael says it's at least 6. Ah, yes, that's huge. Okay, yes. So the point is, one of these numbers has to be at least 5, which makes this number at least 6. And so Michael's point is that's a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple in the column. So you can 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 everything else in the column, which is nice. And so you can 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 these cells. Uh, That's a perfectly normal and healthy thing to pencil mark. Don't at me. Uh, let's see.
let's actually pencil these.
Yeah, I think it is worth interrogating the 8 9 in there. Uh,
Like this must be the other 8 9, right?
is that really true? Could there be an 8 in here and a 9 here? I
Well, it
think that
can't.
works by the coloring.
Mm,
Unless you are prepared to say more advanced things about what is going on in row 9 than I am prepared to say.
okay. Yeah.
Uh,
Although I think this one's going to have a hard time being 6.
6 is going to be awfully hard. And by awfully hard, I mean I think it's impossible in a. Oh, maybe. Sorry, maybe it's not. No, yeah, it certainly can't be 6 with the pencil marks that we have.
Uh, oh, we get to fill these in by Sudoku.
Oh yeah, probably you should fill in this triple, and it'll probably help you.
So
Uh,
now this can't be 4.
Now, yeah, now we've got a problem. Yeah. And so now the 8 or the 9 definitely we can place there. And so this can't be a 5 either. It's on the wrong side of 4 and 6. And let's fill in the rest of these cells that we can. This is a lovely puzzle, by the way.
This has been
Parents' dad
great.
is watching this. One of
And
these two is a 7. We can pencil mark just by the column. So this is not a 7.
I
Uh,
feel like there's more lovely logic to come in this, that it's going to
yes,
keep
yes,
on giving.
I am optimistic that there will be yet more goodies. Uh, uh,
We can't make these
I
pairs add
keep
up to
trying to
6.
play this entropic line, the Renbon, and the between line off each other in row 9, but I haven't made it work yet.
See, if this is a 6, these must be oh yeah, what are
Oh yeah,
these?
one of them would have to be a 1-5 and one of them would have to be a 2-4 because that's how zippers work. So it can't be a 6. And so that places the 6 in the column. Uh, I always in a zipper want these two to add to 6 and these two to add to 6, but that's not how zippers work. It's these two that add to the number and these two that add to the number. Uh,
Let's see,
uh,
9 in row 9. Yeah, 9 in row 9 is on the what is this entropic line.
yes. Tall Cat's pointing out that now the 7 in row 6 is part of the 10 sum, so we know what the 10 sum is. And so that lets us fill in the rest of the thermo for freezies.
Let's see. 4 and
4 and
5.
5.
Oh, we need to fit an 8 in row 9, points out Martin. That's huge. Because we can only put it here.
Yep. That's great, yeah. Very nice spot and very nice setting. What's this pair just for the record? 1 and 7? So now we're a 7 in row 9. 7 in row 9 is now on the Renbon.
Ah.
And so the Renbon
So
is
it can't have a
now
1 or a 2 on it.
correct. No 1, 2. And so
So we have a
these
3, 4,
digits.
5. So this is a 2.
Yep.
And this is a 1. That's the only way it can
These are
be.
1, 2, 8, 9, right? Just for the record.
Let's see. 2. Ah.
So this is a 2 and a 3.
Uh,
So yeah, I just wanted to fill in 1, 2, 8, 9 as the remaining digits down here.
This. Let's see if this is
So it can't be a 7 anymore because then this would be a 5 and it's not allowed to be by Sudoku.
Yep.
And so this is a 6 or 7.
And this is 7 or 8.
Yep.
Oh,
It's
7
not the
is.
version that both of these are even, right? Is there a version that we do that? Yeah, we can't make this 8 and 6 because if this is 8 and 6, we've used all the evens and we need an even digit over here. So that can't be an 8. Because then we've used all the even digits in row 3. And remember that in box 2 is a parity line.
Oh.
And so we actually know the parity of the parity line now, but we also know that digit.
So that's a 9, that's a 7, and that's an 8.
8. Yep.
And this must be a 6.
Correct. This is a 4 or 8. And
That's
we
a
can place the
7
7
now.
down there on the Renbon. Yep. That is a 6 on the Renbon, the cell you have highlighted. Uh,
Let's see, we got our 4 6s resolved up here. This is even,
it's 4 or
isn't
8.
2 or 6.
And then these are a 1-5 pair.
Surely they are.
So this is a naked 7, I think, because it is not 1, 3, or 5 or 9.
What? Yep. C's 9 in the row. So 9 goes here.
Yep. Agree.
And this is the other 4 8, but it's not 8.
Uh, uh, oh, row 1 is done, apparently. Yeah, if we just mark these. Yeah, the whole box is done now.
Uh, if this is a 5, we don't
Then
have
we
any
have
4,
nothing
5,
left.
6s
Right.
left.
Yep. Beautiful, beautiful.
And in fact, so that's a 2. And in fact, we need a 5 on here.
I mean, we just know what these are as a triple now. They're 1, 5, and 9. Uh,
And the 9 has to be here because of this 7 8.
yep, 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 absolutely. Beautiful. And so, yeah, so now these are a middly digit and a low digit.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so of 2 and 3, yeah, exactly. One of them is here. That doesn't quite get there. I'm trying to work the
1
Nabner into
5 pair in
this.
column 4.
Yeah, that'll be good. Uh,
Thank you, Carl. At some point, we're going to have to look at what's left in this column for the
yeah, that
Nabner.
is. Yeah, let's just mark it. And so this is not a 1 for sure. It's only a 3 or a 4. And so therefore this is not a 2 or a 3 because you
Well,
can't
this,
have
yeah.
you can't have two things out of 1 2 or two things out of 3 4. Uh so that means we only have room for uh one well, we can only put 1 4 5 6 down here. And we can put one
Does
of
this
them
always have to be a
there.
6?
If it's not, then this, yeah, if this is a 5, this is 1 3 5, and that cell breaks. So that's a 6. Uh, this is not a 1 5, or sorry, not a 5 because of the 1 5 pair you
Oh,
found earlier. So this is a 9.
now we have to put a 5 in this column, points out Martin. So that's a 5. That's a 1.
Why couldn't? Oh, right, right, because the 1 5 pair over there. Okay, yeah. So I think my point would have gotten the same place, the other direction, the other way around. But yeah, that was a nice way to see it. That's a 5. Okay, and so the 2 is here, so the 3 is here in the column 6 is the point.
Yeah, one of these has to be 2, and the other one can't be 3. So that's 3, 8, and 4.
Oh, and we know which one is two because it's an entropic line. So it's not a mystery which order they go in, despite it being a mystery to me for some reason. Uh,
Right. So that's the 2 and that's the 4, and that's going to complete the
yes,
puzzle.
fantastic puzzle. I
Oh,
loved every moment of that. I have
that was
no complaints
excellent.
about any part of that puzzle, which, given how persnickety I am, is a very rare accomplishment. Yeah, the amazing, and yeah, and the just the grid having that shape is just amazing. And yeah, the only clues other than the lines that had the exact L shape were these cages. And I loved even this opening of the oh, you can't use the 1, 2, 4, 5, 12 cage because it'll break the modular line. Very nice altogether. I obviously have a soft spot for these kitchen sink puzzles, but that was one of the best I've ever done.
Yeah,
Uh,
respect. Do you want to break out some 6x6s?
sure, we can break out a 6 by 6.
Uh, zetamath discussion 6x6s. Let's see what we've got. Uh, Now I'm given to understand this Dorlier puzzle in the 6x6 is really excellent.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's now been long enough. We can definitely do the earlier one. The I was going to do it, and the time I did it, uh, it turned out that Simon had done it literally minutes earlier, I think. And so I was like, okay, I better put it off until later. But yeah, let's do the earlier one. At some point, we should actually sort through the 6 by 6s and pull out a list of ones we haven't done, so that we can hit them
That
one
should
stream
be
if they've been.
fairly easy to, since I already have a script uh, that can read through um, Discord threads uh, and look at what reactions are on them. So it should be fairly trivial to pull out the ones
So the
that
arrows here are the sum of, or the square root of the sum of the digits. And it's not the square root rounded down. It is the exact square root, if I
the
remember the rules
exact
correctly.
square root
And we're
of.
choosing which 6 digits of 1 through 9 we're going to
Yep,
use.
this is a mean mini. We're choosing. Oh, let me give Chad a link here. Oh, Tallcat looking up the American use of the word persnickety.
Apparently in the UK, it's pernickety.
That's
Uh,
just silly. All right, so we are picking 6 digits from 1 to 9, and diamonds are the exact square root of the sum of the arrows.
I have concluded that this is at least 5. I don't feel particularly good about it though. Uh, let's see. And I guess maybe the point is this digit can't be very large. This digit can't be larger than 4 and could be a small. So this is only a 2, 3, 4. Uh, because the largest you could make a two-cell sum is 17, and the square root can't be larger than 4. So yeah, so this
Yep,
is 2, 3, 4.
yep.
Uh, and same for this cell, same exact point.
Yep. So yeah, these sum to at least 20. So this is at least 5. Uh,
Yes, that is
but
at least 5.
but it can't be bigger than 7 because these sum to max 30 or max 60. I mean,
Yes,
uh, so uh,
5, 6, or 7 only.
so this is 5, 6, or 7 only.
Yeah, and this one's at least 4 because these sum to at least 12. Uh, and
And
then the
at most
max is,
48, so
yeah,
it's 4, 5, or
can't even get
6.
to 7. Yeah, so 4, 5, or 6 only. Uh,
It can't even get to 48, but uh, so max 47, I guess, but point still stands.
yeah, circles appearing on their own arrow is very uninteresting in this puzzle because like a 7 appearing in a 49 sum is not a hugely compelling uh thing.
Did
Now
my
the
chat
parity thing
freeze?
does still work. Uh yeah, chat hasn't said anything in a long time for me. So I think probably chat is dead. Uh but hopefully they can still see us even if they're dead. If you checked that we're not dropping like a bajillion frames.
Let's see.
Okay. So Martin has said something in chat. Good. Now Michael has said something. Now Joel has said something about chat
Okay.
doing math. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think chat was just quiet.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if we can infer like the total parity of the digits, uh, or something like that, because the squaring doesn't change the parity. Uh, but I haven't quite figured it out. I mean, I do know the total parity of these altogether is even, because it's 2 rows, and I know the total parity of this arrow is even. So these 3 cells add up to an even parity, but that feels completely useless as things go. Uh,
Let's see.
yeah, certainly minimum 3 and
Minimum.
maximum 24 plus 18 is 34 plus 8 is 42.
Yep.
So maximum 6. Agree with Chad. Uh, and if it's 3, that's definitely very constraining, but who knows?
Now, whatever this digit is doesn't go in these cells. I mean, I feel that's something we have to take into account when we're doing math.
Yeah, but unfortunately, in this particular instance, I 100% agree, and I think it's probably relevant somewhere. In this specific instance, when we were maximizing this, we got to 60, and so we have 11 degrees of freedom here, even if that's a 7. So I want to apply. I want to find
Uh,
something like that that does work. Uh,
okay, what was the maximum of these? Uh,
Let's see. 30 plus
48,
17 is 47. I can actually
or
even do
sorry,
better. I can do
47.
47 if you want.
Uh,
Uh,
yeah, we have to find something that's constrained.
I really think we're supposed to think about parity somehow, but despite my conviction that this is something about parity, absolutely nothing that I've thought about parity has worked. But I kind of want to see if there's a way I can put together 2, uh, like rows or columns or boxes to say something meaningful about parity, but I can't. I have not yet figured it out.
You can look at the fact that, uh, like, if
The
there's
sum
a
of those is even, those 3 exact cells. This can only be a 3 if these are a 1, 2, 3 triple with a 1, 2 here and a 1, 2 here, which seems nuts. But I don't know that it's
Oh, that breaks
immediately
this.
constrained.
Oh no,
Because then
this would
that's
be
a
a
4 with a
4
7,
with.
9.
Yeah, never mind.
Uh, because then the digits would be exactly 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 9. Uh,
Does that break somewhere else in the puzzle?
I mean, technically, oh, maybe not. It assuredly, if we filled in literally every arrow, it would be a problem.
Well, that would make
Uh,
this exactly 4.
the thing below it exactly 7. Uh,
So we'd have to make this sum to 16 using those digits,
uh,
which we can.
yeah, I kind of want to do what Martin is suggesting, which is to add together these rows and these columns with the secret, and think about what happens. I think that might be how we make the parity thing work. So you need two colors, I think. Uh,
Right, okay. Uh, so this is two sets of whatever digits we have,
So the sum
and
is even. This is two
two
sets of
sets.
whatever it is we have.
And
And so,
so these, didn't mean to do that. These, the green uh, cells are
okay,
the
yeah.
same digits as the blue cells.
And so, in particular, if you move this blue cell over to here, and these blue cells over to here, and these green cells back to here, you get something very interesting.
Ah, so
That is beautiful.
so
So yeah, so just smoosh everything into the arrow circles.
it,
So the sum of these two squares is equal to, like, yeah, you can get rid of the other colors now. Uh, so the point is that if you look at what that said about those things being this having the same sum, is that this squared plus this squared
where it
equals this
equals this
squared.
squared.
Uh,
So it could be 3, 4, 5.
uh, yeah. So can the big square possibly be as big as 49? Uh, it seems suspicious to me.
49
Uh,
minus, what's 40, 49 minus 36?
13.
No, 49 minus 25? No.
Yeah, it is a
49 minus
Pythagorean triple.
16? No. So I don't think this can be a 7.
Yeah. Uh, I could give a complex numbers proof of this, but I'm not going to. Uh, I mean, they have to be 3, 4, 5 is the punchline, but I don't want to use non-trivial number theory theorems to prove it, so we should not do that. But we can definitely rule out 7 by care. And we know this digit or this one is certainly smaller than this one because it's part of a sum to it. Uh,
Yep. Uh,
so if this is, we can just now check, can this possibly be 5? If so, then this is 25, this is 36, and this is the square root of 11.
yep.
Uh, so that doesn't work. So then, therefore, this is 4.
Yep.
And so now you can check if 4, 6 works, and it doesn't because parity is wrong. Uh, you would need the other thing to also be even, or it doesn't work because 36 minus 20, or sorry, 36 minus 16 is 20, and that doesn't work. Uh,
Yep. So that's a
but
5 and
5,
that's a
12,
3.
13 is the second smallest Pythagorean triple, is the punchline of all of this. Okay, that was a very cool break-in. I am very into that as a thing. Okay, so now we have to make all of these things, make the math for us.
Yep.
Uh, so
So these have to.
these two only have a couple options. So they need to sum to 9. So they're either 1, 8, or they are 2, 7. Those are the only options. So there is a
Yep.
7 or an 8 in the puzzle for sure.
Hmm.
And as well as a 3, 4, 5. So we actually, if you have that, there's a 1 or a 2, there's a 3, 4, 5, and there's a 7 or an 8. There's only one digit left beyond those. Uh, and we actually know uh, these cells sum to at least 10. So these two cells sum to at most 6. Uh, it doesn't quite give us more information yet, but it's close.
Well, it says they're from 1, 2, 3, 5.
Yeah, that's true. Uh, so the 7 or 8 is not in those cells at the very least. Uh, that is true. We do know the sum of these digits is 12, Todd points out, because it's these digits.
Ah.
Uh, that feels like the sort of thing that's going to be very useful in a moment, uh, and is maybe not useful yet, but maybe it is in some
Yeah.
capacity.
Okay.
I don't think this can be 2 anymore because it would make these 1, 3. Sorry, it would make these 1, 3, which would make these a minimum of 2, 5, I think, which is too big. Uh, yeah, I agree with myself. Uh, if that's a 4, then these need to be 7, 9 exactly, which would make this digit here exactly a 9. I suspect that's going to break if I look far enough ahead, but I'm trying to see the most elegant way to say that it breaks horribly. Uh, it would put
Uh,
a 7 or a 9 into this sum, which would make this minimum sum 13, I guess.
Michael has a much easier point that if you minimize these without a 1, you get to way too much.
You get to 2, 3, 6, 7, which is already more than 16. That is good. Uh, oh, sorry, no, you'd get to 2, 3, 6. Sorry, you only have 3 of them. 2, 3, 6 is
6 plus 3
11
more
plus
digits.
6 digits. Yeah, yep, I agree. So 1 is definitely one of the digits in the puzzle,
Yeah.
and this digit is not a 1. Uh,
So that's not an 8.
yep, that's true. Uh, what if we don't use 2? Do we run into the same exact problem? Because if we don't use 2, then the minimum is going to be 136, and 136 is
10.
10.
So these
So
would.
it would only work if those were 1, 2, 3 exactly. Uh,
But then I think we have too many digits in the puzzle if we count.
that is very possible.
Because we would have one, two. Yeah, we would already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, that doesn't work. Okay, yeah. So so we
Or
need a
sorry,
2,
one. We would have one. Sorry, we would have 1, 3, 4, 5, 6 with a 7 or an
and
8.
then a 7 or an 8. Yeah.
But then, but then we couldn't use 1, 2, 3 here, and then we're
Right.
over.
Yeah, yeah, we'd have all of we'd have all of 1 through 6 and another digit. That doesn't work. So yeah, so we need a 2 in this column as well is the point. And so that has to be a 7, 8 now, and that has to be a 1 or a 2. Uh,
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are all in the puzzle, and a 7 or an 8. So we don't get a 9.
we don't get a 9, so this is not a 4. Yeah, so yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a 7, 8. Correct. So this is not a 6 either, because we don't have a 6 in the puzzle. And these are just a one, two, three triple by what you said.
Yes.
Uh,
So these add to 10.
mm-hmm. And so they're either two, three, five, or they include a one, in which case they would be one, four, five. Uh, I haven't quite. I mean, I know these two cells aren't one or two for what it's worth. Oh, I know the seven and eight aren't here, so the seven, eight in the puzzle is here. Maybe we should be
So
doing
it's here.
Sudoku on seven, eight. Yeah, so it's there exactly.
So it's here.
Uh, yep. Uh,
So I think this being 4 is now a little hard, with a 7 already here. Yeah, that's too much.
seven plus one or two.
Oh.
Looks like it works to me.
Okay. Ah, the other one too is placed here by Sudoku.
Yes, that is good. And so therefore the four is placed. And that places the four in box two.
So it is the thing.
And there is a five on this. And so these, which sum to 10, have to be two, three, five now. Because if they had a one in them, they would have to be one, four, five, which they cannot be. So that sorts out the one, and this digit is an eight now. This is very lovely setting, as promised. So now all of these cells together add to eight.
So we need a 1 and a 2 in these
Yeah, so these
cells.
add these need to be one, two, four exactly, because the minimum they can add to is seven, and the maximum they can add to is seven, and this is a one. And so now this is not one eight, so it's four five. And now I think we can just fill in every digit, and I think it'll be fine. Very cool puzzle, though. Sweet idea, and very sweet execution as well. Uh, Also, I have to say that I love that Sven is the sort of programmer who programs with mean minis in mind so that this thing works for that. Uh, Although maybe that was all chameleon, but still, the fact that Mark works with mean minis is amazing, uh, glorious. Uh,
Yeah, I think it was probably Chameleon.
but great puzzles all around today, I think.
Yeah.
I have no complaints. Uh, and great donations all around as well. Hugely
Yes,
appreciate
thank
those
you all
to all of
so
you.
much.
Yeah, we
And
greatly
just
appreciate the support we get around here.
great chat too.
Yeah, great chat. Yeah, we always appreciate the engagement. Uh, and we would never deliberately enter wrong digits just to get chat to talk to us. Uh,
I would never do that. I can't speak for you.
I would never. I don't know what you're talking about. Or not notice that there's a digit that can be filled in easily. I would never do that either. Um, these are sorts of things I would never do to my loving audience. Uh, but yeah, I think that today's stream was great. So huge thank you to everyone for being here. Nice to see Zeta use math. Yeah, this is a really cool puzzle. Yeah, there are multiple really cool ones today. I mean, nothing is gonna beat the way leads to way for me. Like that is one of my I'm not really doing the puzzle of the year list anymore because it got cumbersome to keep track of, and then my memory stopped being good enough to remember when I started doing so many puzzles. But that would certainly have made my list of puzzles of the year, along with the best puzzle of the year has to be Codex, one puzzle with the Kropke stuff that was glorious. But anyway, thank you everyone. Would you
Yes,
like to do the
thank.
outro?
You go ahead.
All right. Well, thank you everyone for watching. Huge thank you to everyone. Do please like the stream if you have not yet liked the stream. We do greatly appreciate those of you who like the stream. Uh, and if you would like to give generously to your favorite Sudoku streamer, cough Tristan cough, then by all means, please do. You can click the $sign button in YouTube, or if you don't want to give Google money for whatever reason, then you can always give on Patreon or Ko-fi, depending on how what's the word you want to be, how hipster you want to be about it. We accept all forms of bribery, but thank you
So,
so much for everyone. And
yep, Zeta will
Tristan,
be back on New Year's Eve. So,
woohoo!
if you're alone on New Year's Eve, we'll be here streaming for you. Uh,
Yes.
and thank you, Andrew, for the birthday puzzle. It was a lot of fun.
Yes,
Um,
and thank you for the donations from Andrew and David and Tallcat and Joel. Am I forgetting any? I
so
hope
yep.
not.
So
Uh,
this coming Tuesday, New Year's Eve, will be there for you. The Tuesday after that, I'll be streaming on my own. Zeta has a work thing, and the Tuesday after that, we're having a guest on stream. So can
Lots to
uh,
look forward to.
lots to look forward to on Tuesdays, but we'll still be doing our regular Sunday things, and we're still posting Sudoku topology videos approximately once a day.
Yep. And
So
hopefully before I'm back at school, those will be done because we'll have done every puzzle in the game, but we'll see how it goes.
we'll
Uh,
see. Yeah,
Depends on how vicious they're going to get. Yeah.
yeah.
Although
Puzzles
actually,
coming up. The puzzles coming up. I am joining Zeta now.
yep,
Uh,
yep.
on doing those puzzles. And the very first one we did together was kind of a disaster, that we constantly convinced each other of wrong things.
I mean, you say kind of a disaster, but it still only took us like half an hour, whereas I've had multiple that were kind of a disaster and that they took me 2 hours, or the one that took me 2 hours, but then I got the wrong solution at the end and just sort of said, "Ah, fuck it," and gave up. There's, there have been worse disasters. I'm just saying.
That's true. That's true. And I just am about to post the one that I kind of barely pieced together or something coherent. So,
Yeah, when I was sick and I didn't know it until slightly afterwards, and I may have been slightly delirious while solving it. Uh,
yeah. All right. Thank you, everyone. We will see you soon on the channel.
See you
Uh,
soon.
have a great night, everyone.
Bye bye.
Bye for now.